additional search warrants, and just get the case ready and be trial ready for when it ultimately goes to trial or takes a plea.
And as a lieutenant, what did you do when you were with a high profile unit?
It was things that was similar in nature, but it was a little bit more, again, as the title would allude to, high profile cases, media cases, cases that involve difficult witnesses, and cases that were a little bit more complex.
Now, prior to working at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, did you work for any other law enforcement agency?
I did.
If you could tell us your story about your career in law enforcement.
Sure. I graduated from the University of Tampa with a bachelor's degree in criminology. I did about a year down in Tampa working at a juvenile facility to get some experience. Then after that, I moved to Atlanta. I started my career with the Georgia Department of Corrections as a felony probation officer. While I was there, my career has exclusively been in the city of Atlanta. While I was there, I started out with a normal caseload. Shortly after that, they started a program that was called the Atlanta Community Impact Program. It was a pilot program driven to reduce recidivism for people returning back to the community from prison. So somebody may get sentenced to a prison sentence that includes probation. So they partnered us with, every day we partnered with Atlanta police officers. We'd ride with them. They would come with us to do home visits. So we get a list of returning citizens from prison, and we'd offer wraparound services. So if you need a job, if you need housing, if you need clothing, if you need education, if you need anything you need, we offer it there as a kind of a one-stop shop in an effort to reduce recidivism. So on the other hand, then, if you want to get out of prison and say, you know what, not interested, I like to engage in a crime spree, thanks. We have the Atlanta Police Department with us every day to say, okay, we're going to stop that before you get hurt, before anybody else gets hurt, and bring communities.
I would you slow down a little because you are going so fast, and I will ask a different question further. All right. While you were with probation, did you ever have an opportunity to work with the GBI?
Yes, later on in my career.
Okay, so when did you work with the GBI later on in your career?
Okay, several years later, I was promoted to probation and parole has there are different ranks. I was promoted to a criminal investigator. So what that, you don't have a caseload, you're operating.
So y'all mean to tell me they created this woman a position and now she's an expert?
Within probation and parole, typically you're assigned to the Special Operations Division, and then you're assigned to either a federal task force. In my case, I was assigned to the GBI Gang Task Force. That's the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. It's a statewide gang task force.
And what did you do when you were part of the GBI Gang Task Force?
Although we were statewide, my experience was here in the city of Atlanta. So I took on
You're right. This is her training to qualify her as an expert in gang.
Do you want to stipulate to her expertise? I mean, you may.
What the hell? Okay, y'all, I kind of missed that. Is she talking fast? I'm trying to go fast. Let me go back just a little bit.
I was promoted to a criminal investigator. So what that, you don't have a caseload, you're operating as a you're operating as a law enforcement officer within probation and parole. Typically, you're assigned to the Special Operations Division, and then you're assigned to either a federal task force. In my case, I was assigned to the GBI Gang Task Force. That's the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. It's a statewide gang task force.
And what did you do when you were part of the GBI Gang Task Force?
Although we were statewide, my experience was here in the city of Atlanta. So I took on
You're right. This is her training to qualify her as an expert in gang.
Do you want to stipulate to her expertise? I mean, you may.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, I didn't understand what was happening. Sorry, I'm gonna speed it back up because what was going on there?
Introductory course down there and completed that. I'm also a member of the Georgia Gang Investigators Association and completed the beginner and intermediate certification through them. I attend there. They have a biannual conference, a summer to winter typically, where it's a week full of just training. Every year the topics vary. They bring people in from all over the country to teach. I attend both of those. I attend various trainings throughout the year and just keeping myself abreast of the topics and trends in the gang world.
And just briefly tell the jurors, what type of courses are you taking in these training sessions?
It just depends what they offer at the time. It could be best practices in gang investigations. It could be technology focused. It could be narcotics focused. It could be focused on street crime enforcement. They try to keep a good variety so their members are well versed and have a well-rounded training background.
Yeah. Can you pull that? Yeah, it worked great for a minute, and I don't know what happened, but just pull that mic towards you. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes. Thank you.
In addition to your formal training, do you have any other training or experience to assist you in identifying criminal street gangs and determining gang culture?
I'd say my experience here in the city of Atlanta, working here, my career's been exclusively here. Probation and parole gave me a great knowledge base to start my career. I do have a lot of in custody and custodial, non-custodial interviews with people. I like to talk to people. People talk to me. And I do listen to a lot of jail calls. I feel they're great to get information, phone extractions, wiretap calls. You kind of learn from the gangs themselves.
And you just talked about speaking with individuals. At your time, have you had option to speak with gang members and or their family members while you've been working in law enforcement?
Yes, multiple times I've talked to gang members. I've talked to the mothers of their children, their mothers, their grandmothers, brothers, sisters. Sometimes I remember one time recently I was at a crime scene and somebody's sister came up to me and said, "Hey, how you doing?"
So why is that relevant?
Do you gain information to assist you in your investigations with your cases?
Absolutely.
And then you talked about jail calls and wiretaps, and listening to those jail calls and information you get from the wiretaps or intercepted calls. Does that help provide you information to assist you with your knowledge of gangs and gang investigation?
It does.
Now, as your time as an investigator and working in all of your law enforcement capacities, have you had the opportunity to use social media to assist you in your investigation?
I have.
How does social media assist you in your investigations?
So typically in the past with gangs, graffiti used to kind of be the newspaper for the gang. You go to neighborhoods and you look at graffiti and see who's been dead or who they're disrespecting, who's claiming the territory.
Graffiti.
Now,
Girl,
modern
where
day,
you
that's all
been at?
basically shifted to social media. It allows you to still do that and not assume much of the risk that you have standing out there doing those kind of things. Gangs love social media, and it's probably one of the most important things you need to pay attention to in gang investigations.
Now, do you use certain tools in order to assist you with investigation that the general public does not have access to?
Yes,
What are some of those tools?
of course, we have our jail call system. We have phone extractions are a huge thing. So any cell phones that we recover during arrests and we secure a search warrant, I'll have them extracted by a qualified examiner. Interviews that wouldn't be available to the general public, the access to certain people. There's a lot of people that I talk to that not everybody has access to talk to. So there's several things.
As a gang detective with Atlanta Police Department, were you trained in the method and protocol of the Atlanta Police Department in determining whether or not a person is in either associated or a member of a criminal street gang?
Yes,
Now, when you were with the other agencies, were you trained in other methods or protocols to determine whether or not a person is either associated with or a member of a criminal street gang?
yes, the different agencies have their different methods, but yes.
As an investigator, have you had the opportunity through your work in Atlanta to interact with persons who claimed association with a gang called Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury generally about your interactions with individuals regarding the Young Slime Life gang?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Let me just ask generally, then I'll go specifically. Have you had conversations with individuals who are a member of Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity or occasion to review social media accounts of individuals who claim affiliation with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to listen to jail calls of individuals who associate themselves with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to intercept phone calls with individuals who associate themselves with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you, through your work as well in Atlanta, have you had the opportunity to interact with individuals who claim association with a gang called YFN?
Yes, I have.
And I'll ask the same series of questions. Have you had the opportunity to listen to jail calls of individuals who associate themselves with YFN?
Yes, I helped investigate and was part of the team for the YFN RICO indictment, and jail calls were an integral part of our investigation.
And we're going to talk about that indictment in a moment. Have you had the opportunity to look at social media of individuals who claim affiliation with YFN?
Yes.
And what about interception of cellular phone calls? Have you had that opportunity with individuals associated with YFN?
Not as YFN as the target, but it's happened with other cases.
And when we say not with YFN as a target, what do you mean?
When you intercept phone calls, you have a target phone number that you're intercepting the calls from. I haven't had a wiretap case. I've done a few of them. I haven't had one where a YFN person was a target.
Now, through your working with YSL and YFN, have you had the occasion to learn about alliances with both YFN and YSL?
Yes.
Now, I think you mentioned briefly GGIA, but if you can explain to the jury, what is GGIA?
That's the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Many of us are members and we attend the conferences. They offer great trainings and certifications throughout the year. And like I said, they have a winter and a summer conference. You can go there, you can meet gang experts from throughout the country will come present and just learn from a variety of experienced individuals.
And I think briefly you mentioned, have you had the opportunity to teach courses in gangs?
I have.
What type of courses have you taught?
I serve as an adjunct instructor for the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Typically, I teach social media investigations and advanced investigative techniques.
Now, you talked about the fact that you listen to a lot of jail calls, you've intercepted cellular calls on wiretaps. I mean, you've had the ability to review cell phone data that's been extracted from cell phones. Did those interactions with technology and communication with gang members, looking at jail calls and those items, did that help you gain any knowledge into coded languages that gang members may use?
Absolutely.
Have you had any training on gangs and music?
I've had at the Georgia Gang Investigators Association a few years ago, they had some blocks on music and gangs.
And have you had the occasion in your experience to investigate gangs with people who have ties to the music industry?
I have. In Atlanta, it is very common.
And is YSL and YFN both of those gangs that you've been able to investigate?
Yes.
And have you listened to music of individuals associated with both those gangs, both YSL and YFN?
I have.
I'm gonna speed it up, y'all, because
And are you familiar with gang references in music?
I am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Investigative Viverito as a witness, as an expert in criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity. Your Honor.
All right, she's so qualified and may testify as an expert in those areas.
Okay.
Now, while you've either been at Atlanta Police Department or the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, have you had the opportunity to lead any gang investigations?
I have.
And specifically, I want to direct your attention to this particular case, this indictment here, where you wanted to lead investigators on this indictment when you were at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, it was.
Now, as an investigator on this case, did you have the occasion to investigate any crimes involving an individual by the name of Marquavius Huey?
I did.
And specifically, did you investigate an armed robbery that occurred in October of 2020?
I did.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
Prior to coming to the DA's office, when I was at the GBI Gang Task Force, my office was at the Atlanta Police Department's headquarters in their gang unit, so I was very familiar with all the detectives and the different units up there. I was approached by a Detective Jeffrey Henderson from the robbery unit regarding a robbery case involving Mr. Huey that he had.
And when he approached you, what if any steps did you assist him when he approached you?
I did.
What steps did you take to assist him with that investigation?
Just identifying Mr. Huey's gang involvement, who he was affiliated with, who he would have alliances with, who he would have rivalries with, things of that nature.
And how did you go about assisting to identify Huey's relationships with any gang involvement?
Well, the first thing I did was review Mr. Huey's social media accounts. The name has changed a few times, but when I reviewed it, it was Mr. Huey's very proud of his affiliation with Young Slime Life. And
So staying, don't provide commentary like that, okay? Just if you're testifying to facts, just give us the facts.
Exactly.
Disregard that last comment.
So just what were some of his names?
JBS Quay for Jonesboro South Quay. I can't remember the rest of them off the top of my head. It changed a few times.
And when you look at his social media, did you also do any other investigation to assist Investigator Henderson?
When Investigator Henderson, following Mr. Huey's arrest, obtained his cellular devices, Investigator Henderson did a search warrant for his devices with a scope of 30 days. So what that means is when the phone is extracted, it's permissible to review 30 days worth of data. I think the time frame was just around the time of the robbery. Within that time frame, there were additional crimes and evidence in the phone. I secured search warrants to expand the scope of what was allowed to be searched to the entire phone, on 2 phones.
And once you were able to secure a search warrant, did you then look into the phone, the expanded phone?
I did.
And in preparation for your testimony today, have you had the opportunity to look at some of the contents in that phone?
I have.
You want permission to approach?
You may.
I find it interesting.
Permission. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 227 BV2A, 227 BV2B, 227 BV2C, and 227 BV2D. If you can look at those and tell me if you recognize those items.
Sure.
All right, y'all. I'm actually about to switch feed.
Yes, I recognize them.
And how do you recognize them?
They are text messages that were extracted from Mr. Huey's phone, his phones, as well as 2 contacts that were stored in the phone.
And those appear to be,
As y'all can see, I'm like 40 minutes behind, 45 minutes behind. But I was just told to switch feeds. Because apparently this one doesn't have commercials.
Three conversations and interviews with people he learns as the mentors.
Okay, I'm tripping, but let me go back to that page to get to this one.
Mr. Adams says, you know which I'm talking about, right? The singer. And Mr. Garnham says, who's locked up? And Mr. Adams says, 650. To which I know that to be a nickname for Mr. They are text messages that were extracted from Mr. Huey's phone, his phones, as well as 2 contacts that were stored in the phone.
and those appear to be accurate depictions of text messages and the contacts that were in the phone that you reviewed back in 2020.
They do.
Right. Around this time, the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 227 BV2A, 227 BV2B, 227 BV2C, and 227 BV2D into evidence. Now, Investigative Riso, when looking through the phone, let me ask you this. Prior to getting involved with this investigation with Marquavius Huey, did you have any knowledge of any beef between YFN and YSL?
Yes, since 2015, YSL and YFN had an ongoing conflict.
Overruled.
And when you were working with the GBI task force in 2020, did you have knowledge of that beef?
I did.
All right. Now, when you look inside of Mr. Huey's phone, did you see any conversations in his phone regarding an individual by the name of Lucci?
I did.
Okay. And generally, what information was in the phone that you saw about an individual Lucci? What did you see in the phone?
I would see that when Lucci or Mr. Rayshon Bennett, when Mr. Bennett would have there's a handful of performances or appearances within the city of Atlanta. The flyer would be shared either by Mr. Williams or Mr. Huey, and Mr. Huey would talk about going to handle that. He would be told or asked to go handle that.
And you said he'd be talking to Mr. Williams. How did you know, when you're saying Mr. Williams, who are you referring to?
Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug,
How did you know he was speaking with Jeffrey Williams?
based on the phone numbers that he was in communication with, as well as how they were named in the phone, but the phone numbers themselves.
I'm going to first show you what's been admitted as 227 VV2C.
Okay.
And it should come up on your screen in a moment.
The audio is better over here too. I need a snack.
Now, first, looking at 227 VV2C, what is the jury looking at?
You're looking at when you extract a phone. If you go to your address book in your phone, you'll pull up contacts or a contact card. This is what it looks like when the phone is extracted. When you receive it back on a hard drive and you're going through the phone, this is what it's going to appear as. So you may have mom, a phone number, and that information. This is how it appears in a forensic phone extraction.
And for 227 VV2C, do you see a name associated with this contact?
Yes.
And what is the name?
It's named Slime and it has some emojis with the name.
And are you able to tell what the emojis are?
It looks like a snake emoji, and I don't know if you guys can see. It should be like the iPhone emoji.
And then in this phone, when it says deleted, do you know what that means?
I would assume that they kind of see it on my copy where it says deleted.
Come on, expert. What's the answer?
Oh, okay, there we go. So yeah, that would be. I would assume that means that contact was deleted or removed from the device at some point, but still stored in the memory of the device somewhere.
And where it has other, what is in the other category?
That would be the number associated with that contact.
All right. And then for the created category, what's the created category?
That's going to be the date that the contact was added to the phone. So say you meet somebody, you add their contact to your phone, you put them in your address book, that's going to be that date.
And then if it was modified, what does that mean?
Modified could be you change their name, you add a last name, you delete the contact, or you modify the number anyway.
And what was the phone number associated with this contact in the phone?
213-910-1192.
Now I'm going to also show you 227 VV2D.
Okay.
First, I want to start with the other. What is the phone number associated with this contact?
213-910-1192.
And is that the same phone number from 227 VV2C?
It is.
And when you look at the name, what is in the name section?
So here it's going to appear as almost like a bug type emoji, but I had a chance to review the physical device. It is a spider emoji. That's just how it translates to, I don't know if you have friends, if you have iPhone, your friends have Android, sometimes the emojis don't translate correctly. When you extract the phone, that's what happens here. So when you look at the physical device, it's going to be a spider.
And then what was the created and modified date on 227 VV2D?
March 1st of 2019 is created and modified November 22nd of 2020.
And through your investigation, did you associate this contact with an individual?
I did.
And who's that?
Jeffrey Williams.
All right. Now I'm going to publish 227 VV2A. Okay. And I want to go to slide 2. What's being depicted in slide 2? And we can zoom in because I know it's pretty tiny.
So just like in your phone, when you send a message, typically the message you're sending is going to be in green for iPhones, blue if the sent recipient has an iPhone. It's going to be on the right-hand side of the conversation. What that is going to be is it's a flyer for a YFN performance or appearance.
Okay. And who sent the flyer? And to whom did the flyer get sent to?
Mr. Huey sent that flyer to Mr. Williams.
Right. And looking at slide 3, in the middle, what is in the middle? Is that the attachment of what the flyer is?
Yes,
Now looking at slide number 3, is that the attachment?
it is.
All right. And for the record, what does the attachment say?
It is a flyer. I think it was a performance or an appearance. It was a mixtape release for Mr. Bennett at the Diamond Club, which, from my experience with other investigations, is a YFN stronghold.
And if you need to, you can use the screen to point out as well.
Yeah, so you'll see, just see saying he has a mixtape release, and this is at the Diamond Club on Northside Drive.
Now looking at slide 3.
Okay.
Slide 4, excuse me. Starting at slide 4. And if you can either read from the screen behind you or from your paper, or read from the screen behind you, and so we can show the jury, tell the jurors about the conversation that is happening as a result of this flyer.
So it's a little confusing, but at the time, if you look at the time and dates these messages are sent, the flyer and the initial conversation is started on Mr. Williams' phone that has a 213 area code or a Los Angeles area code. Once the flyer is sent by Mr. Huey, Mr. Williams switches to his Atlanta phone number and they engage in conversation to where Mr. Williams tells him, handle that tonight, and follows it up with slat. And then Mr. Huey responds, slat.
And you said that this was Mr. Williams' Atlanta number. On the left-hand side, it says slime. Would that be the contact, how the contact is saved in Mr. Huey's phone?
Yes, that's how it would appear in the phone.
And what is the Atlanta phone number?
It is 404-789-1371.
And what is the date, roughly the date and times of these text messages?
January 19th, 2020.
Now going to page 5. What is being depicted on slide 5 of the PowerPoint?
That is Mr. Williams using his Atlanta number to tell Mr. Huey on August 15th of 2020, go handle that, and he responds, slat.
Now, looking at page 6, or slide 6, excuse me. Now, this September 2nd, 2020.
It is.
Okay. And what is occurring in this text message conversation beginning on September 2nd, 2020?
Okay, so several months later, Mr. Huey is going to send another flyer for a YFN appearance or performance. And Mr. Williams responds, where's that at? Mr. Huey tells him, Claremont. Mr. Williams responds and says, slatty, handle, stay very low. And Mr. Huey says, slat, for sure, I've been out the way.
And looking at the next slide, is this a copy of that flyer?
Yes, it is.
And when is the date of the appearance that Mr. Bennett is advertising?
September 6th.
Hey y'all, it's giving very incriminating right now. It's
Now
giving
going to the next slide,
incriminating right now.
does that conversation continue?
It does.
Okay. And if you could say for the record what the conversation is as it continues.
Mr. Huey tells Mr. Williams, I appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me. I'm built on loyalty. He sends the 100 emoji, which kind of means like, I'm for real about it. Mr. Williams says, slat, handle that, I got you. Mr. Huey responds, slat.
I mean, you do got to prove that Thug actually had the phone and sent the messages.
Now, going to the next slide, is there some additional conversation now with the 213 number that's identified as Spider or Mr. Williams?
There is.
Okay. And when is this conversation?
July 20th of 2020.
Okay. So this is after the first Lucci conversation, but before the second Lucci conversation.
Yes.
All right. And what is occurring in this conversation?
Mr. Huey sends in the first message, you see an attachment. It's a video clip of a friend that wanted really bad. He's like trying to get his career off the ground as a rapper here in Atlanta. He says, post this for me, my brother. And then he uses a derogatory term for somebody and says, that person's out here in LA, twin. Not referring to his friend, he's referring to somebody else, somebody of the opposition, it appears.
Sustained.
Yes. And is that just generally the context of this conversation?
Correct.
All right. I want to move to the next slide. Sorry, next slide. Specifically on this slide, do you see a message with an individual by the name of Javon Fleetwood?
I do.
And are you familiar with that individual?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that individual?
He's a member of YSL.
Okay. And as a part of your investigation, have you had the occasion to investigate a shooting involving Mr. Fleetwood, where he is been charged with aggravated assault?
Yeah, I wasn't the lead investigator, but I had a chance to review the investigation.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to prep that case for trial at any point?
I did.
What were the charges that he was preparing for to go to trial on?
I believe it was aggravated assault.
And do you know the approximate date of the incident in which he was being charged with?
I believe it was May 10th of 2019.
And in that May 10th, 2019, was there a vehicle associated with that ag assault?
There was.
Well, we haven't heard it yet, but avoid hearsay.
Yes. As a part of your investigation, when you were investigating that case for trial?
Don't elicit hearsay,
I wanted to hear say.
because right now it sounds like she's testifying as a fact witness, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you get social media account from Mr. Fleetwood,
I didn't obtain records for it, but I reviewed some posts from his account.
from his public account?
Correct.
And have you had an opportunity to view those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
Mr. Still, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 479 BV. Tell me if you recognize 479 BV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 479 BV?
That's a photo of Mr. Javon Fleetwood from his Instagram account.
And is that from his public Instagram account?
It is.
Right. And was that pulled in preparation for this indictment here that we are referencing, 22 SC 183572?
It was.
Right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender and admit 478 BV into evidence.
Admitted.
Excuse me, 479 BV.
Admitted.
Hilton, you better watch your heels, baby, because it seems like we about to get a mistrial up in here.
And we'll publish that in a moment. Based on your investigation, do you know if Mr. Huey and Mr. Fleetwood had a friendship?
Yes.
And had you seen any public social media accounts with both Mr. Fleetwood and Mr. Huey in those together?
I believe there were a few posted them together I reviewed.
Now, I want to go to slide 10. And we're going to now publish 469 BV. 471, 479 BV. That's not it. And is that Mr. Fleetwood?
That is
Okay. And what was his Instagram name?
_TV World.
And I want to zoom into his face. Do you see any tattoos?
What is going on? Who is working the
Do you see the tattoos on Mr. Fleetwood's face?
I do.
And specifically, do you see the tattoo with a star?
I do.
What is the tattoo next to the tattoo with the star?
So down the right side of his face by his temple, you see he has YSL tattooed on the right side of his face.
And now I'll go back to the next set of the former State's Exhibit 227 BV2A. Now, when it goes to this conversation that starts on February 25th, 2020.
Okay.
Who is Mr. Huey speaking with?
Mr. Williams using his Los Angeles area code phone number.
And looking at this post, generally, what is the context of this text message conversation?
He sends a social media post of somebody else to Mr. Williams and says, "What's up with him? Is he cool?"
Okay. And then what was his next message to Mr. Williams' phone?
He's inquiring if the gentleman is cool. It looks because he says he posted that racial expletive, Bloody J.
And are you familiar with that name or individual, Bloody J?
Yes.
And are you aware if he's associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
He's associated with the YFN or Atlanta Blood Gang, criminal street gangs.
And do you know Bloody J's given name?
Yes, it's Justin Ushery.
And have you had any investigation involving Mr. Usher?
I have.
And then did Mr. Williams respond to his to Mr. Hugh's inquiry?
He says, "Who is that?" To which Mr. Huey responds, "Duct Tape Dave."
And are you familiar with the individual by the name of Duct Tape Dave?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that name?
He's a pretty prominent guy within the duct tape criminal street gang.
And then was there a response to that?
It was.
And what was that?
Mr. Williams says, "He's a buster too." To which Mr. Huey responds, "Slap." And he tells Mr. Williams, "I told him, fuck them, racial expletive. He hit me back laughing and shit."
Now I want to go to the tweet that begins on March 12th, 2020.
Okay.
Now, what is going on within this group of text messages on March 12th, 2020?
Mr. Williams initiates a conversation with Mr. Huey.
And what does Mr. Williams say in his initiation?
What y'all got going on?
And then is there a response?
He says, "Them, racial expletive. No, I ain't playing no part in that slime."
And then is there a response from Mr. Williams back to Mr. Huey?
He says, "Take that shit back."
And is there a response from Mr. Huey back to Mr. Williams?
Mr. Huey says, "I ain't getting nothing out of that. I ain't even pull no gun on nobody. I'm finna tell them though."
And does this make another response?
He said, "I told him I ain't finna do that shit. He went on and did it. I couldn't stop him."
And then does Mr. Williams respond to that?
Mr. Williams says, "If he don't take it back, he's gonna die."
And looking at this text message, without going into detail, were you aware of any police reports around this event of March 12th, 2020?
Overruled.
Were you aware of any police reports regarding any incidents around this date?
I was.
Now, I want to go to 227 BV2B. And in looking at 227 BV2B, was there a text message on November 14, 2021?
There was.
Okay. And who sent the message?
Mr. Huey sends the message to Mr. Williams' LA area code phone number.
Okay. And what does the message say?
It says, "You know, I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama."
On my mom.
Now I'm going to approach. I'm going to show you what the mark is 428 BV. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 428 BV.
I do.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 428 BV?
This is a photo from Mr. Huey's public Instagram account.
And is that, what was his account name?
__ Quay1.
And were you familiar with that Instagram post for Mr. Huey?
I was.
And were you able to pull that Instagram post in preparation for this case here today?
I was.
You know, this time the state would like to tender tender 428 BV into evidence.
I'm sorry, 28,
428
Okay.
BV
Admitted.
and permission to publish. And who is depicted in this picture?
That's going to be Mr. Huey standing with Mr. Williams.
And is there a caption?
There is.
What's the caption?
It reads, "From lockdown to a jet, slap biz."
And is there a date to that post?
September 4th.
Now, in looking at Mr. Huey's phone, we talked about there being this ongoing beef with YFN since about 2015. And in Mr. Huey's phone, there is information about Mr. Huey going to go handle business and sending those flyers.
Correct.
Between 2019 and 2020, was there any ongoing conflict or continuous ongoing conflict between YFN and YSL?
Yes.
And through your investigation, were you made aware of incidents that occurred between 2019 and 2020 between those two groups?
Yes, several.
How did you learn about those incidents?
In 2019, when I was working, at that time, I wasn't yet promoted to the gang task force. So I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Department's gang unit as a probation officer with a gang caseload. So I worked on their investigations with them. And then in 2020, when I was with the GBI gang task force, I worked some of the actual investigations.
Specifically, did you ever work an investigation regarding a May 2019 incident involving YFN leader Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I was aware of the incident, but I was not an investigator on it.
Did you investigate any shots fired call from May 22nd, 2019 in the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
How were you involved in that investigation?
Can I refer to a timeline?
Yes.
That was an incident where shots fired at the YSL stronghold located at 151 Cleveland.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I am.
How are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
That's a known location where YSL members hang out, sell narcotics, congregate.
And have you had your own opportunity to investigate crimes that occurred in that area of 151 Cleveland?
I have.
Now, I want to take you to 2020. Did you have the occasion to investigate any specific incidents involving YFN incidents towards YSL members or YSL members towards YFN members?
I did.
In 2020, how many such incidents did you yourself were part of the investigation?
There were numerous incidents that we worked on as a team.
And in 2020, were there a lot of back and forth shootings between those two groups or associates of those two groups?
Yes, almost daily.
In 2020, were there also social media posts of antagonizing between one group posting on social media, antagonizing the other group?
Yes,
Do you know of an individual by the name of Aquarius Mender?
I do.
How are you? How do you know that individual? How are you aware of that individual?
I want to make sure I answer that. Is it okay to answer?
Let me ask you this: is Mr. Mender associated with YSL?
He is.
Have you seen social media posts of Mr. Mender driving around in YFN territory?
Yes, he would post himself driving around and he would tag. In case you didn't recognize it from sight, he would tag Summerhill.
And why would that be considered antagonizing for Mr. Mender to be driving around in Summerhill?
Because Mr. Member was also a member of YSL.
In 2020, did you have the occasion to investigate a case involving Mr. Mender and Mr. Diamante Thomas at Greenbrier Mall?
Yes, but I think it was Dontavius.
Excuse me, Dontavius
Yeah.
Thomas. Are you aware Dontavius Thomas is related to Donovan Thomas?
Yes,
How are they related?
I believe his brother.
How were you involved in the investigation regarding Mr. Mender and Dontavius Thomas?
At that time, like I said, there was a conflict. The conflict had reignited. It's almost daily. Every day we had incidents happening. I remember that day we were at work, we got a call about a vehicle that was fired upon while it was driving on the highway, and it had flipped over, had two victims inside the vehicle. Myself and Investigator Storno of the Atlanta Police Department's gang unit began to look deeper into that case and realized that the victims on the case were Dontavius Thomas and Reginald Carter, the brother and cousin of Donovan Thomas.
And you said you began to dig deeper. What else did you do as a part of that investigation?
Once we got into the investigation, we located a suspect vehicle that I knew to be associated with Mr. Mender and his cousin, Wayne Alford.
And what else did you do as a part of the investigation?
We would pull phone records, we got video, we spoke to witnesses, and ultimately were able to charge that case appropriately.
Were there other conflicts that occurred in 2020?
Yes, following that case, I mean, it was, like I said, it was daily. It was constant shootings back and forth between the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta and some of the other areas where the YSL associates would hang out. It resulted in murders. It resulted in aggravated assaults. There were numerous incidents.
Girl. This is expert testimony.
Now, in 2021, did you learn of the arrest of Rayshawn Bennett?
I did,
And when he was arrested, where was he housed?
at the Fulton County Jail.
And while he was in the Fulton County Jail, did you learn of a stabbing of Mr. Lucci in February of 2022?
I did.
How did you become aware of that incident?
I believe one of the investigators from the Fulton County Jail had mentioned it to me.
And once you learned about the incident, what, if anything, did you do?
Once I learned about the incident, I inquired about who the suspect was, and I found out that it was a Mr. Jaden Myrick.
When you found out it was Jaden Myrick, what did you do at that point?
I was familiar with Mr. Myrick, so I began to listen to his jail phone calls and look at his jail. In the jail, I don't know if they still do, they used to have tablets they could rent, and they could text friends and family members through the system with the tablets. So I began to review his text messages as well.
And you said you were familiar with Mr. Myrick. How are you familiar with him?
His involvement in the case that we had at the office,
And we said the officer about the
the
Fulton
Fulton County
County.
District Attorney's Office.
And in your understanding of who Mr. Myrick was, did you know if he was associated with any gang?
I knew he was a blood gang member that was associated with YSL.
Now, you said that you started looking at their tablets. Were you able to get the contents of that tablet?
No.
The text messages on the tablet.
Well, when you log into the system, you can review their text messages. So I was able to review some of the text messages from that relevant time period.
And have you had the opportunity to review some of those text messages in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
It's just giving regurgitation to me. It's not giving something new. It feels like a closing argument direct. Like, get to the
Let me ask you
meat.
this. When you first learned that Jaden Myrick was the person who stabbed him, did you know if there was a plan to stab him? Did you know anything about what led up to the actual stabbing?
I did not, which is what led me to review his phone calls and text messages because I was trying to see what had happened.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 5 TT. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 5 TT.
I do.
How do you recognize Exhibit 5 TT?
These are some of Mr. Myrick's text messages from the jail system.
And were these some of the messages that you looked at when you found out and learned of the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
They are.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate depiction of some of the messages that you reviewed once you started investigating or looking into the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes, they are.
Your understanding, the state would like to admit Exhibit 5 TT into evidence. Once you started looking at these messages, what, if anything, did you learn or glean from these messages?
It appeared to me that Mr. Myrick's girlfriend, Ashley Ellison, was acting as a third party for communication with somebody else.
And once you started looking at serving as a third party, what did you do at that point?
I began to try and identify the third party and a phone number associated with that party.
And how did you go about doing that?
There were context clues from the text messages. On a text message from February 6th, she says, "Your folks, this message is from your folks, 706, which is an area code that I know. So okay, maybe that's a clue. Maybe that's the person has a 706 area code. Okay.
And what did the text say?
It does. So Miss Ellison is conveying the message from the 706 area code to Mr. Myrick. And she says, and the person is telling her to tell him, "Tell Lil Bro, I talked to the biggest just now waiting on the news. He thinks we're flexing. I talked to the biggest. He thinks we're playing because the racial expletive in the same house and it ain't handled. I done put the food on the table. Make me proud. My name is on the line on this one. So don't make me look bad."
And what was the date and time of that message?
February 9th, 2020, 11:32 p.m.
Is it 2020?
I'm sorry, 2022. Okay.
And in reading that, did you have an understanding of what they were even talking about?
A basic understanding, yes.
What was your understanding of it?
That they were waiting for confirmation that the act had happened, saying that we think we're flexing. He thinks we're trying to get one over on them. And they think that they were kidding because I guess they've been housed together for a little while and nothing had happened up until that point. He tells them he put the food on the table, like he gave me the opportunity and make me proud.
And once you saw that message, how did you go about determining if 706 was a phone number, what 706 was?
I reviewed Mr. Myrick's jail calls. You can pull jail calls by the inmate themselves. And I looked at his jail calls to see if there are any phone numbers that he had called with a 706 area code.
And were there any phone numbers he had called with 706 area code?
Yes, there was one.
Now, once you saw the phone number that he had called, what, if anything, did you do about the phone number?
I requested the records of the phone number. I learned that it was a Verizon phone number. When you have Verizon, they retain what is called text message data. As long as it's not an iPhone, if you have iPhone, as long as it's not iMessage and it's Android to Android or iPhone to Android, for 7 days, they will retain the contents of those text messages. So I secured a search warrant and requested the call records as well as the text message content for that phone number from Verizon.
And were you able to get that information?
I was.
And once you received the information, what, if anything, did you do?
I tried to, it just comes in as a big spreadsheet. So I went through and sorted and identified the calls. I'm sorry, the text and read through them.
And when you said you sorted, how did you go about sorting and identifying the text messages?
To make it comprehensible and able to be read, I color coded the messages from each person so people could kind of track and follow along with what was being said.
And have you had the opportunity to review a copy of a demonstrative showing how you kind of color coded those text messages to help determine what people were talking?
I have.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 1 TTB. Do you recognize Exhibit 1 TTB?
I do.
How do you recognize Exhibit 1 TTB?
This is the color coded version of the spreadsheet that I had made.
And I'm going to show you here State Exhibit 1 TTC1, 1 TTC2, 1 TTC3, and 1 TTC4. Those appear to be larger versions of your color coded copy of your text message.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender and admit first Exhibit 1 TTB and 1 TTC 1 through 4. B as evidence and C 1 through 4 as demonstrative.
All right, those are admitted.
Information to publish.
You may.
Okay, can we speed this up?
Yes, you may.
All right.
So, first, orient the juror as to the colors and who we have dark green, who are you highlighting, light green, the pinks, and the rest. So, first, orient the juror.
So the greens are
And talk loud so that everyone can hear you.
So the greens are going to be members of or somebody associated with here to YSL. So make it easy, associated with that stuff with green.
Why do you say that it appeared they were associated with myself?
Based on the context of the conversation, what was being discussed, how people will remember to things like that. The red is going to be a conversation with Ashley Ellison, that's Mr. Myrick's girlfriend. So the darker red is the originating member. It's going to be Mr. Myrick. And then the lighter, the pink is gonna be the skeleton. And then the yellow was an unknown number, that was inserted in the conversation, still about.
And when you went back and started investigating the case, what you probably did staff her.
February 9th.
So when you went back, why did you start on February 6th?
Because that's what the text messages, that's kind of when they had started. So I want to go back to get, usually their crime happens sometimes, sometimes it's not, but I want to catch the plan phase if there wasn't plan.
And did you ever associate any of the other phone numbers, for example, this 404-293-3244? Did you ever at some point identify that phone number?
I did.
And who did you identify that phone number to belong to?
That belonged to the Meekon Garland,
And did the Meekon Garland have anything?
for the league.
And were you familiar with his social media accounts?
I was,
And did you ever go by the social media accounts for our face?
he did.
So let's start with, on February 6, 2022, is there a text message from the phone associated with the Meekon Garland to that 706 number?
And it's gonna come from the 706 number to Mr. Arlington. Okay.
And thank you for clarifying that for me. The 706 number, let me ask you this, did you ever identify that individual?
I did.
And who's that?
That's gonna be gentleman that goes by the name Cleve Adams. He's an inmate with the Brooklyn Department of Corrections. He also goes by the name Bobby Hunt. That's his name, his moniker, like, so.
And based on your investigation, was he conducting these text messages while he was incarcerated?
So that's
All right. Now, looking at the first message, what is the date and time of the first message?
February 6th, 2022 at 10:22 p.m.
10:20 or 19?
19:25.
Okay, so that's 7:20 p.m.
Yes.
All right. And what is the text message?
It says, yo,
And is there a response from the phone associate Mr. Garlington to the phone associate Mr. Adams?
yes, Mr. Arlington says, who's this? Who's this? Right.
And is there a response?
He says, Hunt.
Now, you have a red call here. What is that?
That's gonna be a text message from Ashley Ellison, Mr. Myers Thornton.
And who is she communicating with?
She's sending a message to Mr. Hunt, the gentleman in prison.
And what did she say?
She said, hey, this is Red, Sectric Ruby, can you talk? He wanted me to call you.
Now, Sectric, do you know who that is?
Mr. Hunt, that's the nickname he goes by, Sectric.
And have you ever heard the term? This is red Sectric Ruby. Do you have heard of that term before?
Yeah, Ruby is a slang term or name that's given to a female friend or associate blood gang. They go by Ruby. That's who Ruby.
And at any point did Mr. Adams respond to her?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and just make it easier, when did he respond to her? What was his response?
When I call you, it might have gone through the jail message. It's hard to be.
Okay, so then next, on February 6, 2022 at 1951, is there a conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and Mr. Garland's phone?
Yes.
Okay, and just go through that conversation, the next conversation.
So Mr. Arlington says, what did you twin? Mr. Adams, who's been communicating with Mr. Myers, says, my little man right there with a F-U-C-K, Rachel Exwood. And Mr. Arlington says, oh yeah, where about? Mr. Adams says, you know which I'm talking about, right? The singer. And Mr. Arlington says, who's locked up? And Mr. Adams says, 650. Which I know that to be a nickname from Mr. Bennett. He wears 650 chains. He referred his, he goes by 650 boots. He has music. He has a Maybach 650 Maybach Pepper. So Mr. Arlington responds, oh yeah, me. And then Mr. Adams says, my little man gonna call back tomorrow. Mr. Arlington says, okay, let me know. Mr. Adams, having used code language, says, I'm gonna let you know. He's been ready to get autographed for the game. And then Mr. Arlington says, okay, let me know ASAP. To which Mr. Adams responds with.
And when you said using the coded language, what do you mean?
Instead of saying, my buddy's ready to kill him, buddy's ready to attack him, I would his contact phone gets.
Taken.
Right, okay, if the calls are getting intercepted, the phone is taken. It's an attempt to conceal the activity to the person.
So they're not really trying to get actual signature autograph for you
No,
guys?
I'm not trying to autograph it.
Okay. Now, after that conversation, is there some conversation between Ms. Ellis's phone and Mr. Adams' phone?
Yes.
Okay. When does that conversation begin and some signature do that set of conversation?
It begins on the 7th, and they're talking about trying to put Mr. Myers in communication with Mr. Adams down in the prison system. They're talking about emailing him, texting him. They're asking about stamps in the Fulton County Jail system. You have to purchase stamps, they're called stamps, to be able to send and receive texts. So you buy 30 cents or allowed to send, but it's certain it's not free. So she's asking Mr. Adams for money for stamps from Mr. Myers because he's our last. She's facilitating Cash App or Chime, Apple Pay to get the money to him to be able to facilitate stamp being purchased so that he can communicate.
Is that communicating via phone?
It's going to be through the jail.
All right. And then there's a history call number that you're unaware of. Correct. And that was not part of your investigation this kind of thing.
Yeah, it was just somebody trying to, a third party trying to send money. Maybe somebody wanted to Cash App locked or whatever happened, so somebody else trying to help.
And then did they pick up that same conversation trying to get stamps for Mr. Myers?
Yeah, the unknown number says I sent 15 trying to get in contact with, or Mr. Connolly in jail. They'll send one inmate may have a Cash App account that he's in jail and everything I went to, and I changed somebody's phone gets taken, Cash App account gets shut down. So Mr. Adams in this text message sends the $15 to somebody for section. And then tells Ms. Allison, I sent the 15. And she says, I got it, I'm gonna get the stamps now. And tell them,
Now, going to February 8th, 2022, is it more conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and the Garland's phone?
there.
Now showing me what's labeled as 1CTC2. Is there a conversation between the phone associated with Mr. Garland and the phone associated with what it said on February 8th, 2022.
On February 8th, 2022, there's a message that goes out from Mr. Adams to Mr. Rawlington where he says, I talked to little bro, he's gonna hit me when the food's done.
And does that mean when the food is actually cooked and finished or something else? Is this your
Sustained.
is this your understanding of coded language as well?
It is.
And is your understanding of coded language, is it here to be code language?
It does.
Now, is there conversation then between Ms. Allison's phone number or Ellison's phone number and Adam's phone number?
Yes.
Okay, just tell us your general date and time and what's the general context of what's going back and forth between them.
So it starts on February 8th, and you'll see Miss Ellison saying, Cedric wanted me to tell you, Chris got locked back up, and he gave the news last night. And says, I see what happened, that shit's crazy.
Now, is your understanding, do you know what they're referencing?
I do.
And what is it?
They are referencing the incident where Christian Evans shot off the Dave Rogers and we arrested that. I believe it was on February 7th, so that means that's it. Okay. And the scene happened, and Miss Ellison says yesterday, and she's saying that Mr. Myers said, he said, ain't sure you're right. And Mr. Adams says, tell him to leave that be between him. And Mr. Adams says, focus on the bag. That's all the other shit you worried about. It's nothing but business.
It's about money.
Good. Okay. Nothing but business. When they start talking about, he says, Buddy's up under Rico and them. Tell him to bring home the trophy. I'm gonna secure the bag. I've been online. Racial expletive. Got to see it to believe it. And Chris being in there is all the confirmation that's gonna be needed.
So is that also using some coded language?
Some.
And what is your understanding of what's happening?
Basically, tell him focus on the task at hand, and that people are gonna get confirmation of it because Eppinger's in there. He's gonna be able to vouch for it. They know it's happened. I'm here. It actually happened.
And then does that generally the context is happening? So Allison passing messages to Myra from Adam in this February 8th conversation.
It is.
All right. Now going to February 9th, is there any messages between Mr. Adam and Mr. Ross?
He just reaches out to him. To me, it appears that maybe Mr. Garnson may have attempted to call him and he couldn't answer. And he says, yo, 12 is on the floor. 12 being slang term for police. When you're in the prison system, the guards should come around and do rounds. If that's happening, he wouldn't have been able to answer his phone if the call came in.
And then other conversations between.
All right, I'm gonna pause it to see. Do y'all want to switch over to the announcement? I mean, they at lunch, so I can come. I can get caught up in a minute, but let's do this. And let's go over to here. And somebody said something about coming here.
Medical and mental health care is critical. But Fulton County Jail has failed to provide constitutionally adequate care to the men, women, and young people in the custody of Fulton County Jail in virtually all respects. For a time, because of the unsafe conditions in the jail, Fulton County's healthcare provider, NAFCare, nearly terminated its contract to provide medical and mental health services for fear that their staff would become victims of the dangerous environment without proper security escorts. The lack of security left an entire floor of the jail without adequate access to care because it was simply too dangerous for the healthcare workers to go inside. Medication and treatment are often impeded by flooding in a unit, power outages, and the unavailability of officer escorts. This lack of care in the Fulton County Jail has led to at least 17 non-homicide, non-suicide deaths in 2022 and 2023, a rate that is more than twice the national average since 2019. A detainee who reported chest pain later died of a heart attack. Jail failed to assess a man for rapid weight loss before he died, much like LaShawn Thompson, who died after losing over 30 pounds in 3 months. These figures likely underreport the true death toll of people who were transported out of the jail to Grady Hospital and died outside of the jail walls. Someone dies in the jail, there's little or no effort by the jail to determine the root cause of their death. 75% of the people who have died in Fulton County Jail since 2021 had a current mental health diagnosis or a history of mental illness. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the mental health treatment options and suicide prevention practices are grossly inadequate in Fulton County Jail. Our team observed firsthand how custody staff deprioritize mental health issues and fail to respond appropriately to concerns. Requests for mental health treatment are delayed or ignored, and mental health staff are simply unable to provide the minimum standard of care for those who need it. Daily medication is often unavailable, and suicidal detainees are often isolated and locked in restrictive housing in lieu of treatment. And when people are released from the Fulton County Jail, they are frequently left without the medication needed to sustain their health, without notice to their families, and sometimes actively experiencing a mental health episode. This is not a recipe for ensuring the safety of these individuals upon release or the safety of our community, and it is constitutionally unacceptable. Finally, I'd like to speak about a population in the Fulton County Jail that many may not know exists, a population of 17-year-old boys and girls.
Ooh.
All of the constitutional violations that I've discussed today apply with equal force to the young people housed at Rice Street and the annex facilities. The average stay of a 17-year-old in the Fulton County Jail is 392 days. In that time, they are particularly and uniquely at risk for violence, lack of access to mental health care, risk of suicide while in isolation in restrictive housing. During the team's tour of the South Annex, they learned the boys there were held in their cells for 22 hours or more frequently. The girls housed at Rice Street fare no better. And to the extent that these young people require a kind of specialized educational programs that are called for by federal law, they are not getting them. In fact, no educational services of any kind are provided to the 17-year-old detainees in Fulton County. These young people deserve better. You see that our report lays out the bare minimum measures the Fulton County Jail must take to comply with its obligations under the Constitution and federal law. We are appreciative of the cooperation of the Fulton County Sheriff thus far, and we look forward to working with them going forward to remedy these civil rights violations in the weeks and months to come. The Northern District of Georgia prioritizes the protection and enforcement of civil rights for our district's most vulnerable residents. We are grateful for the impactful partnership of our colleagues from the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division. We would not be here today without their collaboration. 2022, when I became U.S. Attorney, we formalized our tradition of civil rights work in this office. It's a tradition that dates back to the very first United States Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. We did so by formally establishing a public integrity and civil rights section. This talented, dedicated team of assistant U.S. attorneys, investigators, paralegals, legal assistants, and even interns are to be commended for this work. This team is comprised of people who are citizens of this district, people who live in Fulton County and work every day in Fulton County. They have spent countless hours in the Fulton County Jail speaking with the men, women, and young people housed at the Fulton County Jail. I'm proud to be their colleague. I'm grateful for their relentless effort in upholding the rule of law, advancing the public safety, and protecting civil rights. That's our mission. We relish the opportunity to fight for the rule of law, for the safety of our citizens, and for the civil rights of every human being who lives in the Northern District of Georgia. We do so because our Constitution and our mission mandate equal justice under the law for everyone. Thank you.
At this time, we'll open the press conference to question and answer.
Do you, just listening to everything that you guys laid out, what is your recommendation? It sounds like Fulton County Jail needs to be shut down. Do you recommend Fulton County Jail be shut down immediately?
Our report actually sets forth the remedial measures that we think that the jail can put in place to cure the violations that we have identified. They are set forth in the back section of our report. They include improving staffing and security, using a housing and classification system, reducing contraband through increased oversight, improving the physical conditions of the jail, ensuring that medical and mental health care is constitutionally adequate, and ensuring appropriate use of restrictive housing to avoid serious risks associated with isolation. So in short, we can fix these problems, and we are pleased that Fulton County has pledged to cooperate with us in doing so in the road ahead.
We've heard a lot of back and forth between the Fulton County Sheriff and the Commissioners about who's ultimately responsible for these problems. Were you guys identifying kind of a point person who needs to lead these charges? Is it a funding issue? Is it a sheriff issue?
Well, we're looking forward to working with Fulton County and the Fulton County Sheriff's Department to negotiate a resolution. And we recognize that this is an important issue for the community, and they will certainly play an important part in the process.
Is there one that's kind of more responsible, or I guess ultimately responsible for the well-being of these inmates?
I think all officials have a role here, and look forward to working with both the county and the Sheriff's Department in the road ahead.
Can you point to any, sorry, what is your specific time frame, you know, and then how will your office proceed based on the efforts of the county to address this issue?
We are hoping to turn the page today. We've provided our findings to the county and look forward to moving swiftly to address the violations that we have identified. This is a life and death matter for many, given the severity of the violations that we have uncovered.
Have they been given a time frame to address it?
No specific time frame, but we are ready to roll up our sleeves and work now with the county to address these serious issues.
And you've listed a number of civil rights violations. Is anybody being held accountable for the actions that have happened thus far, be it charges, legal action? Who's being held accountable? Is anybody being held accountable for what's happened?
It's an important question. We have heard the calls for accountability. This is a civil investigation carried out pursuant to a federal law known as the Civil Rights of Institutionalized Persons Act. What we're seeking to do here is put in place the systemic reforms needed to ensure the safety of those housed at the Fulton County Jail going forward.
I know things are laid out in the report, black and white, but did you know it was going to be this bad, this inhumane, unconstitutional when you went in? And does any of this shock you?
Of course, it's shocking. People have died. We started in July of 2023 after the tragic death of LaShawn Thompson. Obviously, when you start something where someone has died, you're already at, in many respects, rock bottom. And so we continued to investigate. Unfortunately, we found that LaShawn Thompson was not the only person who died as a result of these conditions. And then if you scale back beyond just those who died, but those who I mentioned were traumatized, dehumanized, and the like, you come up with a situation that we believe is just unacceptable for our community. And so all of the atrocities that are listed in this report are disturbing, all warrant prompt attention by the Fulton County authorities, and we look forward to working with them as quickly as possible to provide a remedy.
Have you been in contact with LaShawn Thompson's family? They've been very vocal about his death, held protests, all kinds of things. Have you guys personally reached out, or the team reached out to the Thompson family?
We've been in touch with a number of families, a number of advocates, and people housed at the jail, all who shared their testimony and those stories and lived experiences of people housed at the Fulton County Jail very much informed the findings that we issued today.
take to ensure that these recommendations become reality or become reality in an efficient manner?
Well, as I said, we are prepared to roll up our sleeves and begin working today with Fulton County officials to address these violations. But we hope our findings report sends a loud message to other officials across the country about the need to ensure that conditions for people housed in jails in our country need to comply with the Constitution and need to comply with federal law. I'm hopeful at the end of the day that Fulton County can put in place the reforms, measures, and best practices necessary so that it might stand as a model for other institutions across the country.
But there's no fines or anything if they weren't able to comply or anything like that?
This is a civil investigation, and the remedial measures set forth in our report include policy changes, trainings, staffing measures, and other action steps necessary to cure the violations. Thank you.
All right, y'all, there you have it. The civil rights people have stepped in, and they need to do something about Fulton County Jail because y'all in there killing people. They think y'all need to. All right, they said y'all need to get in there and figure it out because y'all in there killing people. All right. So I did just add a couple of, I think like 3 people, Dee, Joy, and Brittany. I just made y'all moderators while we were doing it. I'm still behind on the trial, so I know it's like 50, 60 people in here. We're about to go back to the trial because I got to catch up while we on this lunch break. So, you know, you can stay and listen with us or you can bounce, but we are going to go back and finish watching the trial. Do I think that there will be, do you honestly think anything will change? Yes, I think that there will be some changes. I don't think it's going to be a drastic change because it is a jail, but I think that they're going to make enough changes to try and fix the issue of the civil rights violations that are occurring on the federal level. So I do believe that. But again, I don't believe it's going to be something, it's not going to be a drastic overhaul in my opinion. All right. It just seemed trife life up in there. So I am going back to the trial, y'all. I'm not being insensitive to it. I just want to make to what was just shared. I just want to make sure I get caught up so that we can watch it at normal speed because everybody on my bumper about how fast I got it going. So I'm about to go back to the trial. All right. We got about, okay, we only got about 10 minutes. We got about 10 minutes to catch up on. So, and then we'll be at the break. All right.
Allison and Adam, also now on February 9th, 2022.
Yes.
And so the general, what's the conversation happening here on February 9th, 2022?
Mr. Adams is engaged in a conversation with Miss Ellison, and he says, yo, and she says, what's up? And he says, tell little bro, I talked to the biggest, just now waiting on the news. They think we're flexing. And she says, okay, I'll text this to him. And then Mr. Adams says, my name's on the line on this one. Don't make me look bad. That's a follow-up. So yeah, my name's on the line. I'm sorry, the text messages, sometimes they come in a little bit out of order. My name is on the line. So on this one, don't make me look bad. He said, I talked to the biggest. He thinks we're playing because the racial expletive is in the same house and it ain't handled. I done put the food on the table. Make me proud.
Now, is this similar to the same text message that you saw in the JPay system when you were first trying to pull the case? Is that same text message over the JPay system?
Yes.
And is that the same text message you read a few months ago?
Yes.
All right. And is there any further conversation between Ellison and Adams and her passing that?
It looks like there was based on the context, there was I think, and there's a phone call that happens where there's a 3-way call that's attempting to happen. Isn't great service in most of these prisons. So he wasn't able to hear him. So they're trying to get the message across about what happened in the payment, things like that. And you'll even see he texted this yellow number. He says, nothing, just trying to get confirmation of this thing.
And is that confirmation, is your answer that's a confirmation of the stamp?
Correct.
And what date does the stamp occur?
May 9th.
May 9th?
I'm sorry, February 9th.
Now, on February 10th, is there some conversation between Ellison's phone and Adam's phone?
There is.
Okay, if you can give general context of what is now occurring on February 10th, and is it the day after the Saturday?
Yes.
All right, what is happening on the day after the Saturday?
Mr. Myrick, coupled with phone calls, Mr. Myrick is eager to be paid for what he did for stabbing Mr. Bennett. So Ms. Ellison is texting.
Yeah, I mean, I already instructed you once to not include your commentary and just provide the facts.
Can I lay some foundation? Were you able to listen to the jail calls yourself?
I was.
And were you able to pick up tone and manner and demeanor in the calls that you were listening to?
Yes.
And
All right. And so that would be your lay opinion that he, okay.
And based on that, was that how you determined that he was eager to get paid for what he did to Mr. Bennett?
Correct. That was the purpose of his phone calls, were to seek payment for what he had done.
And were there multiple phone calls that he was paying for what he did?
Yes.
With that, Your Honor, with that.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, looking at February 10th, 2022, just go through what the conversation was on February 10th, 2022.
She said, "Do you need the bros to verify?" He said, "That's all. Should be no talking on the phone right now anyway."
For you as an investigator, was that significant?
It was.
Why?
Because he was seeking payment and talking about, does it need to be verified to secure payment? And they were talking about not talking on the phone right now because of what had just happened.
It being the stabbing.
Correct.
All right. And we say not talking on the phone, that not talking on the jail phone?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Continue.
He's asking, Ms. Ellison said, Mr. Myrick is asking to get something to eat now. He's hungry. And then he again utilizes an outside person to send like $80 to Mr. Myrick.
And that's generally the conversation here. They're just trying to get this money, get paid.
Correct.
All right. Now, skipping down to February 10th, is there now some conversation between Garlington and Adams?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about what's happening between Garlington and Adams on February 10th as well.
Mr. Adams is reaching out to Mr. Garlington regarding what appears to possibly be payment for Mr. Myrick for the stabbing.
And just go through the text.
Okay. Mr. Adams says, get at me. He's at 5. And he says, Mr. Garlington says, "Okay, when I get off your phone." Mr. Adams says, "I'm on your ass. You tried to play me to the left." Then one says, "Yo." The other says, "Yo." Mr. Adams says, "What you got going?" Mr. Garlington says, "Put him down." And he says, "For sure." Like, did he put him down? And he said, "You for sure, Simon." So, "Yo, twin." And again, Mr. Adams reaches out and says, "Look, just keep me posted so I can make sure little bro gets something because he's on my top bad." And I told him I was going to get him the back end for his show. Got to pay him a couple racks myself to make sure he's in gang. I recognize when they say Jeezy, typically means good. I ain't looking for nothing for me. I'm just invested in my artist. Smell me. I need me and mines. Looks like gone. Gonna get it done for sure. I slat. I'm out here. Hit me gang. And then Mr. Garlington responds, "It's hard to get in touch with him. I just be seeing him when I go up there to the yo. You know I understand that shit, gang. I'm with you, slat."
Ms. Hilton, you don't have to do it right now, but be kind of thinking about when a good lunch break would be.
This is the last one, so
All
I'm
right.
right here.
Sounds good.
All right. And while we're wrapping this up, we're gonna look. So what is this still on February 10th, 2022?
Yes, it's a continuation.
Okay, and just go through the last bit of that conversation between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Adams on February 10th.
Mr. Garlington says, "Okay." And Mr. Adams says, "For sure. I know it's going to take time, bro. Bro is bigger than big, and he got to be hands off with everything. We locked in from county to 4-4 ever. Slime, I'm rocking, and mine's going with me. It's all hands on deck."
And does that text message repeat itself?
It does.
All right. And from your investigation and understanding, when he says, "For sure, I know it's going to take time, bro, bigger than big, and got to be hands off with everything. We locked in from county to the ever slime." Who did you understand they were talking about, given your investigation and concept?
From my investigation and my knowledge, it sounded like somebody in a leadership role with YSL.
Did you know specifically who?
It appeared to be Mr. Williams.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
And a motion strike, who strike?
Can I make some sound?
You can try.
Okay. How long have you been working back and forth with the YSL gang?
Since 2019, at least, if not 2017.
And when you were working with these cases, did you ever have any other evidence in which individuals from YSL, from your own investigation, attempted to conceal Mr. Williams' identity?
Yes.
And how have you seen that occur?
With the use of FaceTime to conceal his identity, so text messages or phone calls go undetected.
Have you ever seen in your investigation or listened to jail calls that individual YSL will try not to use his name?
Correct.
Have you ever seen through social media where individuals will try to conceal and say, "Don't say his name, say a different name"?
Correct.
And in having that knowledge and reading this text message, is that how you determine, is it your expert opinion that this could be potentially talking about Mr. Williams?
Well, objection, reading is also a misstatement of what was said initially. Her opinion is this.
All right. I'm going to let you clear that up on cross.
I really said somebody with a leadership role. I can't definitively say Mr. Williams. I said somebody within a leadership role, so that's who is in the highest leadership role. So.
I think it's a good time.
Okay. Let's take our lunch break and let's plan to be back at 1:15, please.
All right, so we only got a few minutes before. All right, so we only got a few minutes before 1:15. So we got like what? 20 minutes. Whew, sorry. What I want to see, because now that I just got to the end of those text messages, and I'm likely going to have to go back through those text messages, because the beginning of the text messages, I was just kind of like, what? Who is talking and what are they talking about? Got a little confusing, but it sounds like Damikion Garlington was playing middleman on the stabbing of Lucci, and he was like saying like, oh yeah, you know, Big Bro gonna cover it, but he gotta, you know what I'm saying? He got a lot of stuff going on. We got to make sure it's clean. You know what I'm saying? Like cover up the tracks. But at the same time, what are conversations between Thug and goddamn me, Damikion? What are conversations with Thug talking about Lucci being stabbed? Because the only time I seen Thug talk about him was when he was talking to Huey. That was the only text message that inferred anything. Well, I'm not that you could infer anything from. Like, what was the conversation? What a cause that? What a cause between Damikion Wellington and Thug? Am I just early on it or something? Because it sounded like Damikion made a choice and was like, yeah, do that with Rico, Mike, and Quez, because I'm trying to figure it out. Now that conversation, like I told y'all, y'all know I'm gonna keep it a buck. The conversation between Huey and Thug look bad. That ain't look good at all. That ain't look good. But Damikion middleman is something and then throwing up somebody's name. You could try and use that first conversation to be like, oh, you got to get permission. But my thing is, once the green light been given, the green light be up. Once you got a green light to do something, the light always green. So what you need, I need to go brush my hair back. My ponytail's so loose. It's oily too. Once you got the green light, the light be green. You ain't no point of you stopping at ain't no point of you stopping at a green light. So my thing is, if somebody said, and then the person that they saying did this ain't the other person that we talk. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm kind of going through all my thoughts right now, and I know they kind of jumble, and I'm gonna get it out of my head in a good way. But just follow me for a second. Yesterday, we heard Chris Eppinger on the phone saying he was locked up with Lucci and that he was talking to Obama, aka Antonio Sumlin, saying he wanted to do it. He wanted to get the green light, see what's up with it, because he was trying to get a lawyer. He was trying to get some money. He was trying to get some type of payment. So you mean to tell me that the person that calls theyself Chris, who is supposedly a YSL affiliate, gets passed over, and Damikion Garlington gives somebody else the green light to go and do something to Lucci, to put him down? The man didn't even get put down. They just had a fight. They had a fight, and he got the green light to do it. And he ain't even he's supposedly not even a part of YSL. Because the only thing that she said was, where the hell this person come from? Let's go back again. Where the hell this person come from? What's his name? Let me go back, y'all, because I got to figure out what this person's name is, because who the hell is that? Let's go back. Hold on.
And then he said, the red, an iPhone, if you have an iPhone, as long as it's not iMessage and it's Android to Android or iPhone to Android, for 7 days, they will retain the contents of those text messages. So I secured a search warrant and requested the call records as well as the text message content for that phone number from Verizon.
And were you able to get that information?
I was.
And once you received the information, what, if anything, did you do?
I tried to, it just comes in as a big spreadsheet. So I went through and sorted and identified the calls. I'm sorry, the texts, and read through them.
And when you said you sorted, how did you go about sorting and identifying the text messages?
To make it comprehensible and able to be read, I color coded the messages from each person, so people could kind of track and follow along with what was being said.
And have you had the opportunity to review a copy of a demonstrative showing how you kind of color coded those text messages to help determine what people were talking?
I have.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 1 TTB. Do you recognize Exhibit 1 TTB?
I do.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 1 TTB?
This is the color coded version of the spreadsheet that I had made.
Now I'm going to show you here States Exhibit 1 TTC1, 1 TTC2, 1 TTC3, and 1 TTC. Red is the originating number. It's going to be Mr. Myrick, and the lighter pink is going to be Ms. And then the yellow was an unknown number that was inserted into the conversation. Still the bottom.
Okay, I didn't went past it, but
When you went back and started investigating the case, what do you recall what day the stabbing occurred?
Okay. So the greens are going to be members of, or somebody associated with appeared to be YSL. So make it easy, I associated that stuff with green.
Why did you say that it appeared that they were associated with YSL?
Based on the context of the conversation, what was being discussed, how people were being referred to, things like that. Okay. The red is going to be a conversation with Ashley Ellison. That's Mr. Myrick's girlfriend. So the darker red is the originating number. It's going to be Mr. Myrick. And then the lighter, the pink, is going to be Ms. Ellison.
okay. So this person's name is Myron or Myrix. Okay, because right, and that's what she said to y'all. She said the YSL, she marked them green if they were affiliate with YSL. So being an affiliate don't necessarily mean that you are in YSL, but you basically got some contact with some YSL people. And so you got him, and it sounds like she's saying his name is Myron's or Myrix. I'm not 100% certain if it was Myron's or Myrix, and it's conversations between him and Demikion Garlington, and then it's conversations between him and his girlfriend. So my question is, how in the hell, or why in the hell, your boy just popped up a police officer? Y'all know he ain't getting out. We gonna call a spade around here. When you shoot at a police officer, baby, they throw the book at you, and they caught you in 4D. They throw the book at you. They don't play about that. So you mean to tell me that they were willing to Myrick, right. That right, Diddy. I don't know if it was Myrick or Myron, but that's what I'm saying though. When you stab, when you do anything to a police officer, they throw the book at you. And y'all mean to tell me that instead of letting the dude that y'all say is in YSL collect the bounty on the stabbing, y'all have some rando do it, and he go through Demikion Garlington to get it done, and Demikion don't have no conversations. Y'all don't have no proof of no conversations of Demikion talking to anybody else about him doing it. Did Demikion have beef with YFN too? What was his smoke with them? What they do to him? Was it an affiliated beef? Like, what was the? Is there anything other than the fact that he say YSL and he say YFN that connects them? Those are my questions. Right. And maybe I'm just like jumping the gun or something, but child, we keep unlocking new characters every day. You can't put the police in danger at all. They coming to get you. It's Myrick. Okay. Okay, she checked the indictment. Okay, it's Myrick. He from where Gunna is from. But Joy, I thought here, yeah, I'm gonna throw the link out here in case y'all want to come up and just have a dialogue, because y'all know the StreamYard link out there if y'all just want to come up and have a dialogue. Myrick has been in trouble for a while. His mother and father went to school with me. There is a wild special about Myrick in the newspaper. Okay, Joy in the meeting. No worries. Didi can always come up if she wants to, or anybody can come up if you want to come and share your thoughts. But it was just like, it just kind of threw me for a minute. Like, we're going through these messages. Myra trying to get collected, but my thing is, why would y'all give the money to somebody else? And maybe that's just me and my loyalty, right? How I view it. And I mean, if you think about it from a sense of trying to, if you think about it from a perspective of trying to protect Thug, maybe you do have somebody who is not a part of or affiliated with YSL to do it. But I mean, even he does, I don't know. It's just sloppy. Get the hell off the phone. Get the hell off the phone. I just posted the link up there, y'all. I just posted the link. I don't know. Kim, we gonna be calling her burrito. We gonna be calling her burrito. Boo burrito. But baby, Paige is tired of her. Paige say, look, I told you not to get no more commentary, so be quiet. Stop, answer the question that you given and stop. That's what we calling her? Okay. We calling her Boo Burrito. That's her new name. Boo Burrito. So do y'all think she gonna mess up again? Y'all think she gonna end up messing up the state case? Because to me, it don't really seem like I don't feel like we are extracting new information right now. I feel like they're just reiterating the same thing that they've already said. It just kind of feels like a closing statement being delivered through a witness. It don't feel like something new. It don't feel like something new. So that is the link. If you want to come up here, come up to the stage and have a look and, join the conversation, have a dialogue. You're welcome to come up on the stage and talk. Hello.
Hey, tell her. Free the jury.
Free the jury.
Yo, when Paige said, hey, look, I done told you. I was in tears. Because from the rip, when she got on the stand, that's how she was talking, giving all these extra stuff nobody asked for. Even Hilton was like, slow down. You moving too fast. Then when we got to the phone calls, I'm like, why? Okay, so y'all done let Jeffrey go, all these people go. Why are we... What's the two guys sitting there, Shannon and Yak, right? So why our information isn't focused on just what them two guys right now are being charged with?
Because
that's what I don't understand.
They still have the charge of RICO, and so they basically showing like there was a criminal enterprise that was being run, and these are different people who are doing things in furtherance of this gang, and they are a part of this gang, and thus you should convict them on the RICO charge. So I get what they're doing.
This is what happens when you these are like so educated people, but they don't even know our culture. Because even from coming yesterday, like now y'all psychics, y'all can just say what 2 shells may be equal to a body. That's the first time I ever in my 45 years heard something like that.
I can't wait till she get to the emojis. I
can't wait. I could not wait, Taylor, because come on now, sis. Like, seriously, I feel like, we kind of understanding it better because we, like, giving more common sense to it. And then we could stop and go back and listen again and say, like, wait a minute. if I was a jury sitting right there and right now, time, I'm voting not guilty because this was a waste of my fucking time. Oops, sorry. This was a waste of my time. You dig what I'm saying? Like, y'all
Period.
all over the place. Like, I would just be pissed off. So now I'm not retaining no information. So now we gotta wonder how many juries is feeling like that.
Here's what I find hilarious. Her position was basically created for her. Like somebody
Right.
went out there and put out a job rec and said, "We gonna have Burrito come in here and fill this position, and we gonna send her to some classes outside of APD." And now
Right.
she's expert. And so the fact that there isn't anybody else to corroborate her learnings and the way that she's putting this thing together, I'm very interested in seeing the rest of her testimony because
Yeah, yeah, I
she's only
agree.
one of her kind. Like there's nobody to compare her to.
Right. And so was this special position made for this case? Or this is something that was been in play, like she was in the gangs unit or whatever, but for this case they like was like, oh, we want you to do a bunch of trainings and all this stuff so we can make you an expert.
Who's fact checking Burrito?
Yeah, that's what I need.
Who's fact checking her? Like when she starts handing out these trainings and conducting these classes, who's coming up behind her saying, yeah, that's true, yeah, that's valid, yeah, this is that, yeah, this is that. Like at this point, it's like she gets to make the rules, and because
Yeah,
rules are the truth.
I ain't with that either. I don't know. That seemed kind of biased to me. I don't know. I'm not sure, but I don't like it. I don't like it.
Apparently is attractive, so a lot of guys are willing to talk to her. They play on vanity for this role. And you know what she said, that she said everybody likes to talk to me, I like to talk, and da 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 da. Like, girl, so
I never see, right. They said her picture out there, but I never seen it. I ain't even go try to do all that searching to see what she looked like. But you do like to talk, miss, so I'm sure they was talking because you was talking.
Period, Didi. Didi said nobody is double checking behind her. Clearly, Hogan took her word as bond. And that's dangerous when you got Hogan, his ass ain't even watching complete video. He ain't even watching the videos. He writing out warrants off of hearsay.
Yep.
That's dangerous.
It really is. You playing with people's lives here. Everybody is supposed to get a fair trial. Y'all ain't did nothing fair since the beginning.
I saw a picture of her, they had her picture circling Twitter yesterday. I think it was because she looked a little she looked a little bit on the heavier side in the interview with Woody.
That's who that was in the interview with Woody? The lady cop that was sitting there with him?
Mm-hmm. That's what
she said, oh, they was talking to her because of her looks.
Well, she said that people like to talk to her, and Didi was saying that I'm gonna go back to her. Didi was saying, well, she's attractive, so a lot of guys are willing to talk to her, trying to, chit chat, pillow talk to try to get in the sheets.
Oh, okay. Okay, I get it. Okay.
She all
Man,
over
free the jury, free the guys.
Free
Not
guys.
guilty.
Yeah.
I don't think they're gonna get a guilty verdict.
Exactly, Didi. She heard Shannon's name and said, whatever they say he did, he did.
He did.
And that's why I can't wait for Max to get up and ask her when you identified Shannon, what else did you say? Did you watch the FedEx video? Did you check his ankle monitor? Did you check the car? Like, what facts did you have when you said whatever else you said to Hogan? Because y'all know we ain't gonna never get the full details of the conversation.
Right.
Y'all know this. Y'all do know that more was probably said other than her identifying Shannon and saying that it was an issue between YFN and YSL. Y'all know other things were said, right?
Yep.
So I can't wait for Max to ask what was said. What you talk about? Period. We should be coming back in a minute. I'm actually gonna run upstairs and get something to drink, y'all, and a snack because I'm hungry. I might order me something to eat because I'm hungry.
Let me give me a little piece of snack or something.
But this is the last witness, y'all. And the state's supposed to arrest their case. So, like I said, I'm about to go get me a snack. We're supposed to be back in 2 minutes. So hang around, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hey y'all, we watching on YouTube. Y'all come watch with us today? Come on over. We on YouTube. My YouTube channel is the link is in my bio. But we are over on YouTube. So come on over. Come watch with us. Come on over, y'all. Brown sugar. I'm trying to tell y'all when I took, okay, so y'all know I just took my LSAT like 2 weeks ago, right? I'm not gonna tell y'all how I lost 10 pounds. I'm already a small person. So I was like 125, I'm like 115 because I wasn't eating. And I wasn't eating, I guess because I had so much anxiety. I was only eating like once a day and I was just drinking a bunch of water. Y'all, okay? My little bitty self. Yes, I guess, and I was stressed out about the test. Like I was creating a lot of content. Like I was using content creation as an escape. Like I was stressed out for the LSAT. And now that the test is over, my appetite is back. And so I literally eat 3 meals a day with snacks. So every time you see me, I probably am eating something. Miss Serious, come over to YouTube right now so I can, because I know you told me that you wanted to mine. Yes, like I looked up, I'm like, dang. I said, dang, I have yet to eat. Like I started like realizing, like, dang, I haven't eaten yet. We on YouTube. Come on over to YouTube. We on YouTube. We wait for court to start back up. We waiting on court to start back up. But y'all, hey, come on over. Come on over. So we just kind of chit-chatting right now. We know. Y'all know it's real chill over here. It's real chill over here. So yeah. Cam C. Talking about because she in the gang unit, she don't want her picture out her. Girl, we already seen you. Girl, we know exactly what you look like. Stop playing, baby. And you need to answer the question. Don't give no extra, no nothing. You just say yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Keep it moving. Don't say nothing else. But I want a poll. Y'all know I love a good poll. Y'all know I love a good poll. Okay. 1, 2, let's say. Okay, 1 is yes, 2 is no. Do y'all think that Viverito is gonna cause a mistrial motion? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Okay, TikToking up here. Okay, we got a lot of ones over there on TikTok. What we doing over here on YouTube? A lot of ones on YouTube. We got a 2. We got some 2s. We got some 2s. Who got Jeffrey watch? Kira said, "What watch it?" Karen said, "What watch it?" Y'all, so y'all know the voice, right? Of the guy who actually do it, like then go get on here, bull dag. Get on here. I'm doing it, and I'm gonna have Doug up there, and I'm gonna have a picture of that Richard Millie behind me on YouTube. So it's like, where is the money, LaShondra? It's gonna be hilarious. I'm gonna do that today. I'm gonna do that today. So that's what I'm saying. If you are watching me right now on TikTok, you need to exit out of here, go to my profile, click YouTube, and come over here and join the family. Okay. All your cousins is over here. All your trial watching cousins, we over here on YouTube. So you're gonna want to come up out of there and come into this chat and come talk to us because we having a good time. We having a good time. So come on, get on up off of TikTok where we censored and come on over to YouTube and watch with us because we having a good time over here. She talked too much, mistrial for sure. She was scared. She got to the point she was scared to answer. Can I answer that? Max had already put her on notice. Like, if you elicit any hearsay from her, I'm gonna be motioning for a mistrial. He already told her that. She get up on the stand. You see that's probably why I couldn't think, y'all, because I was so busy thinking about a snack, I couldn't articulate not a single word a few minutes ago. Now they had a little snack and a little drink. I'm ready. But Max had told her, like, girl, look, if you get the tripping, I'm gonna motion for a mistrial. Now, Your Honor, I don't think that the person that's gonna be doing the questioning gonna be an issue. That's what she told. That's what he told her about Antonio Sumlin. But I promise you, if y'all try to elicit any hearsay, it's gonna be problems. It's gonna be consequences and repercussions. Y'all hear? Yes, New Money Chaser. Yes, it's hilarious. Taylor, the 1 minute recaps eat. Thank you. So if y'all not watching, y'all know for some reason TikTok is not pushing my content. So if you see one of my TikTok videos, if you just go to my page, repost my video, like my video, repost my video, because TikTok they're not pushing my content. So apparently I'm not showing up on people's pages no more, which is fine, but we don't on YouTube anywhere where we can say what we want to say and not be censored. So, hey. I think Paige like to see. Okay, we back, y'all. So court is back in session. We watching on YouTube. If you want to come join us, come on over. Until then, I will see you later. And yes.
All right, you can go ahead, Ms. Fulton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, investigative reason, when we left off, we talked about the February 9th, 2022 stabbing of Mr. Bennett. Just going back to 2019, when you were working with the probation department and you were working with Atlanta Police Department. When you were working with them, what exactly was your roles and responsibilities when you were working with the Atlanta Police Department?
I was assigned full-time to the Atlanta Police Department. I had a caseload of, I would say, high-risk gang members that were assigned to me. And we would monitor and provide investigative assistance to other units when there were cases involving gang members, cases in gang areas, and we help out along the way with those cases as they come up.
And when you say you would monitor them, tell us exactly what would you do?
We could all just be sitting in the office and we have the radio going and we may hear an address pop up and they say, okay, we have a person shot at this address. One of us might respond out there. We may call that unit and say, hey, what do you guys have? We might pull the reports later on. We could check and see. Not sure if you guys have heard NIBIN leads the ballistics testing when shell casings match. We might say, okay, let's see if this matches something. And then we'd go dialogue with the investigator and say, hey, take a look at this. This might be a motive. These are your parties. These are your players, and do things like that.
And in your doing that in 2019, we discussed briefly, did you come to find cases in which YFN members or YFN locations were either the targets of some type of crime or YSL members or YSL locations were the targets of some crimes?
Yes.
And I want to direct your attention to certain dates. On May 10th of 2019, did you become aware during that time of an incident that happened at 1600 Prior Road?
Yes.
And 1600 Prior Road, is that in any particular territory?
It borders on what would be the Summerhill neighborhood, leading to the Summerhill neighborhood, which is where YFN would be frequenting.
And as a part of knowing about that investigation, did you learn there was a victim in that case?
There was
Okay, who was the victim?
a gentleman named Milton Howard.
And were you familiar through your investigation with an individual by the name of Milton Howard?
Once I took a look at the case and spoke with the investigators, I learned that.
Sustained.
Without telling me what you learned or what anyone told you, did you determine if that person was associated with a gang?
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang was Milton Howard associated with?
YFN.
And was anyone ever arrested for that incident?
Yes.
Who?
Javon Fleetwood.
Is that the same Javon Fleetwood we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Is that the same Javon Fleetwood that had the YSL tattoo on his face?
Yes.
Also in 2019, in that same role that you had, did you become aware or did you receive police reports about an incident that happened on Cruz Street?
Yes.
Is Cruz Street in any particular gang territory or neighborhood?
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
Say that one more time.
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
And is that the neighborhood affiliated with YFN?
Yes.
Do you know that location specifically of 1040 Cruz Street?
What can you define?
Do you know, is it a store? Is it a house? Is it a shopping center? Do you know what it is?
That was over 5. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
And were there any victims at the location?
I believe there were.
You want to rephrase?
Yeah. Sitting here today, are you familiar specifically with that incident?
Can I look at my notes for refresh my
Do you
recollection?
have notes regarding a timeline of events that occurred in 2019?
I do.
Will looking at your notes help refresh your memory as to that particular incident?
It would.
Yes. Uh-huh.
What the hell happened? What happened, y'all?
And as soon as we get that, we're looking at that, help refresh your memory.
It would.
All right. Just look at it without saying anything. If it refreshes your memory, look at it and look at it when you're finished.
Okay.
Okay. Did the help refresh your memory as to whether or not there were any victims at the location?
Yes.
Was YFN Lucci at that location?
I learned through the investigation that he was present. He'd been seen at the location. Yes.
And was that incident on May 22nd, 2019?
It was.
On that same day, did you learn of, or did you have the case to investigate a shooting at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I learned that there was shots fired there. Yes.
Okay. And was that also on May 22nd, 2019?
Yes.
And as we talked about earlier, that's in the Cleveland Avenue area.
Correct.
Again, back in 2019, was there this, again, kind of back and forth of shootings, back and forth between YSL areas and YFN areas?
Correct.
On May 25th, 2019, was there a shooting at 211 Cleveland Avenue?
I believe there was a shots fired call that came up at that location. Yes.
Yeah. And is that in the Cleveland Avenue YSL area?
It is.
Objection.
Okay.
YSL.
Sustained.
Is 211 Cleveland Avenue in an area frequented by YSL members?
It is. It's in that neighborhood. Yes.
In May 27, 2019, was there another shooting at 355 Bellegarde Place?
There was.
And were there victims a part of that shooting?
I just need to refresh real quick. There's several incidents. I don't want to misspeak or confuse them. That's all. Yes.
And were there victims in that shooting?
There were 2 people present. Nobody was struck, I believe.
Now, with the incidents that we just referred to, outside of the one that happened on Pryor Road, for the Crew Street and the 2 Cleveland Avenues and the Bellegarde Place, was there anyone ever apprehended, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Now, taking you to June of 2019, did you ever learn of an incident in which the grave of Donovan Thompson was defaced?
Yes.
And was there a police report associated with that defacing?
I believe there was an information report taken.
What's the difference between an information report and a police report?
I mean, it's a type of police report where just information was given, and they wanted the incident documented.
And as a part of this investigation here in this indictment, did you pull any social media accounts from a social media website called the Shade Room?
I did.
Right. And why did you go into the Shade Room and see any type of social media posting?
I think just being on Instagram, I just so happened to see the posts come up, and it was relevant to what we had been working with.
And what was the post?
I believe it was a post that came from the account associated with Jeffrey Williams. And
why was it significant to you?
It was directed at Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, YFN Lucci, saying that if I didn't like what you did for your mother and your kids, I would have been killed you.
And did you grab that? Did you do a screen grab of that posting?
I did.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 429 BV. Tell me if you recognize 429 BV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 429 BV?
This is a accurate depiction of what I had screen grabbed.
Does it appear to have any additions or deletions from what you screen grabbed as a part of your investigation?
Does not appear to, no.
Your Honor, this time state would like to admit 429 VV into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And what was the date of the post?
When it was posted on the Shade Room, I believe it was August 19th of 2019. That's the date that they had reposted it. And it's saying 46 minutes ago on the original post, but I can't give you an exact timing of the original post. This is when I saw this.
And you said August 19th. I see a date on there. It's August 18th.
18th, I'm sorry, 2019.
And do you know, to your knowledge at all, if that particular post was ever deleted from the actual account of Thugger Thugger One's account?
I believe it was.
And do you know if this was captured in a Shade Room just prior to it being deleted or before it was deleted off of the Thugger Thugger One account?
I believe right before it was.
And this is posted or around the time of August 2019. Is that towards the end of this back and forth that we just discussed?
Yes.
Now, you talked about in 2020, there was some transition in employment or what you were doing initially in 2019, and then you transitioned to something, a new role in 2020. What was that transition in 2020? What was your new role?
So I had been promoted to criminal investigator, and I was sent to the special operations section, to where typically once you arrive there, you're assigned out to a task force. Could be the ATF, the FBI, the DEA. I went to the GBI gang task force. I then went through a police academy associated with that position. I graduated and then went to, because my whole career had been spent in Atlanta, I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Department, and I worked out of their gang unit.
And what were you able to do now that you weren't able to do in 2019 with those 2019 cases? What were you able to do with the 2020 cases?
I was freed up from supervising an actual caseload, so I was free to, and now that I'd been through the academy with them, charge and work criminal cases.
And did you end up then working criminal cases, again, associated with the conflict that was happening between YSL and YFN?
I did.
I want to direct you to May 4th, 2020. Did you have the occasion to be a part of the investigation of an incident that occurred at 1220 Gun Club Road?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I believe that night we were out on the street working, and we heard the 911 call come up for the incident.
Once you heard the 911 call come up, what was the incident that came up?
There was I think it was described on radio as like a active shootout up and down Gun Club Road happening at that moment.
Okay. What did you do once you received the call? Or heard the call over the radio?
I believe we reached out to the aggravated assault unit to find out who the victim suspects were.
And who were the victim suspects? Let me ask you this. Once you learned about who the victim suspects were, what did you do?
I looked at their social media accounts.
Whose social media accounts did you look at?
Mr. Tanquarius Mender.
And had that name come up before? Were you familiar with that name?
I was.
How were you familiar with Tanquarius Mender?
I'd worked with him previously in my other roles, and I'd spoken to him before in non-custodial settings, custodial settings. So I had a pretty decent rapport with him at that point.
And we spoke of him earlier. Was he associated with a gang?
Yes, YSL.
And did he have another association with another gang?
He did.
What was that?
The Rolling 60s Neighborhood Crips.
And did Mr. Mender have a nickname?
He had two.
What are his nicknames?
He would either go by Nard or Stunna.
Now, you said you looked at his social media. Did you look at anyone else's social media?
No, just his at that point.
Okay. Once you looked at Mr. Mender's social media, what, if anything, did you do next?
When I spoke with the aggravated assault unit, I let them know about a post I'd seen the day before.
What was the post?
Mr. Mender had been driving around Summerhill, tagging Summerhill, kind of laughing while he's driving around Summerhill.
Is that the post that you talked about earlier this morning?
It was.
Okay. Once you informed the ag assault detective, did you do anything else as related to this case?
No.
Did you ever look in Marquavius Huey's phone around the time of this investigation?
No.
Was Mr. Mender the only person associated with this case on Gun Club Road?
At that time, yes.
Okay. When you say at that time, what do you mean?
Later on, I had reviewed Mr. Huey's cell phone extraction. I had learned about additional parties that were involved.
What additional parties?
Objection, Your Honor. You're saying.
Sustained.
Let me ask you, when did you look at Huey's phone?
I'd say right when I got them back, but it was pretty, there's a lot of things. So it took a while to take a real deep dive into the phone. So I had to do bits and pieces.
Did you look at Huey's phone around the same time when you were assisting Sergeant Henderson with his case in October 2020? Or had you looked at Huey's phone prior to that?
No, around October 2020.
Okay. So when you were looking through his phone in October 2020, is that when you saw information about some stuff that happened in May of 2020?
Correct.
All right. After looking through Mr. Huey's phone, did you ever look at Mr. Huey's social media accounts?
Yes.
Do you know an individual by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
I do.
How do you know Kenneth Copeland?
I was familiar with Mr. Copeland from when I first started working in Atlanta, when he was part of the 30 Deep Criminal Street Gang. And I'd supervised him throughout the years.
Were you familiar with his social media account?
I was.
In looking at Mr. Mender's, Huey, and Mr. Copeland's social media account, did you see any pictures of any of them on each other's social media accounts?
Yes.
When looking at their social media, when did you see them starting to post or have interaction with each other?
April or May, probably of 2020.
As it relates to the incident in May of 2020 at Gun Club Road, was there anyone ever arrested for that incident?
I don't believe so.
And was Mender the victim in that incident?
He was.
All right. Now, taking you to May 24th, 2020, were you aware of any shootings that occurred at 98 William H. Borders Road?
Yes.
That location, is that in any particular gang area?
That's an area that would be frequented by members of YFN.
Taking you to May 25th, 2020, did you investigate or have the occasion to investigate a case that happened at 411 Parkway Drive?
The unit worked on a team on that case, yes.
You said the unit worked as a team.
Yes.
Okay. How many other people were you working with?
Probably maybe 10. The unit as a whole, because there were so many cases, would split up and divide tasks on each case.
were there any victims associated with that case?
Yes.
Who were the victims?
Reginald Thomas.
You may.
Good guy, Hilton. And that's why I said to y'all, her role is a gang expert and analyst consultant, because all she does is look at technology, look at social media posts, identify who's, I'm pretty sure that somebody probably told her who is beefing with who just based off of like the history. And then she go out and look at stuff and then take it to the other people. Like, she's a consultant who do a little bit of research. She's a consultant and do this much research. So I don't think that she's like it just doesn't seem to me that she's like a true police officer. It seems like she had a relationship with them boys and they leveraged her relationship by putting her in a position in which they could bring her in and allow her to talk to them boys even more to get whatever it is that they wanted. You know what I'm saying? I don't see how y'all just open up this job rig and say, yep, Boobarito, we're gonna put her right in this position right here. Like, everything she's done, she's going to social media, she's going to the shade room, y'all. The shade room is now a credible source out here in the world. So if it ain't on the shade room, it ain't real. It ain't real. In a minute, they're gonna have to admonish her. Exactly. After the social media posts, what happened? After these phone calls, what happened? After these text messages, what happened? If nothing happened, then I guess that's the conspiracy, though, right? I guess that's part of the conspiracy. You were trying to do things, but a lot of assumptions, y'all. Max is sticking her shit. I agree. A lot of hearsay. We all do her job every day, baby. Let me tell you. All right. One thing about us, baby. I can send my friend a name, and baby, we come back with their address, how many kids they got, their mama name, their social security number. We come back with that in 24 hours. It don't take nobody no time to do some social media lurking. We know who your brothers is, who they baby mamas are, all of that. She's great at running social media. I see why she keeps getting promoted. She's great at using a keyboard and a mouse. Max is not letting up on her. He put them on notice. That's why Simone shouldn't have been doing the direct. Max on her. Exactly. I'm trying to tell y'all, they gave her a position to leverage her relationship with them boys because she already had one. And they needed to get closer. I agree, especially with the Woody interview. Exactly. Using the shade room as a critical source is diabolical, Didi. Absolutely. I unfollowed them immediately. I don't follow the shade room either. I don't either. Her source is not credible. I agree. Do research. No research was done outside the social media search. That's crazy. Like, girl, you are a pass around officer. Chastity. Chastity. Make sure y'all hit the X, hit the like button, show some respect, keep y'all engagement up. Make sure y'all go ahead and you know what I'm saying, throw some comments in the chat. Let's keep it popping. I missed my calling as an investigator because the way I can find everything about somebody, everything, Chastity, okay? Me and my sister are the best at investigating. Don't give it to me. Give it to me, baby. I'm gonna tell you everything. Lord, what I missed? It seemed juicy. Boobarito is on the stand, Chantel, and basically she's telling us that all she do is look at people's social media reports all day, and then she goes to the various other units and pass along her information. It's given very much consulting. It's given very much, they created this position for Boobarito to leverage her relationships with these boys, okay? She lazy. Just sitting there on social media all day. Okay, but I don't know if it's truly her I don't know if it's truly her role to do the investigating. Like if her role is to sit there and pull the stuff off social media, there's a handoff process, right? That's what I'm saying. When you create these roles and stuff, there's nobody checking behind the policies and procedures. Here we go. We back.
May I continue, Your Honor? Who was the victim in that case? I'm sorry, and let me go back into 411 Parkway Drive. I apologize.
That's kind of it. Can I explain it a little bit? It's kind of complicated.
Well, first tell me who the victims were, and then, okay, because of the other shooting that happened?
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
a twofold.
All right, let me ask you this. 411 Parkway Drive, are you familiar with that location?
I am.
How are you familiar with 411 Parkway Drive?
That is traditionally Rolling 60 Crip from my experience in Atlanta, Rolling 60 Crip territory in Atlanta. That's somewhere where you'd find them, especially on a nice day, hanging out in the parks, the areas throughout the Fourth Ward.
And was there a shooting at that location?
There was.
Was there anyone ever arrested for that incident, for that shooting?
There was.
Who was arrested for that shooting?
The two that I can think of off the top of my head will be Reginald Thomas and Tydrekus Glass.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear it first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Reginald Thomas, Tydrekus Glass.
And with Mr. Thomas and Mr. Glass, were you familiar with those individuals?
I was.
And were they associated with any gang?
YFN.
And I think I asked earlier about Mender being a part of Rolling 60s Crips.
Correct.
Did Rolling 60 Crips have any association with any gang?
They had an alliance with YSL.
And I said association, you said alliance. Why did you give a distinction?
Because association would just say, like, we're cool, we know each other. Alliance would be like, to me, from my investigative experience, means that they'll work together and they'll partner on things.
Now, I want to take you to May 26, 2020. Was there a shooting at 257 Trinity Street?
There was.
And was there a victim of that incident?
There was.
And who was that?
Marcus Sims.
And were you familiar with that individual?
I was.
How?
He was a friend of Tanquarius Mender.
And to your knowledge, do you know Mr. Sims was a part of any gang?
No, we classify him as an associate, but I wouldn't say he's a gang member.
Okay. And associate of what gang?
The Rolling 60 Crips.
Is that because of his relationship with Mr. Alford?
Both Mr. Mender, Mr. Alford.
Sorry. On June 1st, 2020, was there an incident at 361 Edgewood?
There was.
Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that location?
That's an area frequented by members of YFN.
Was there anyone injured during that shooting?
I don't believe anybody was injured, but I think 2 people were shot at.
I want to take you to June 3rd, 2020. Was there an incident at 600 Martin Street?
There was.
And did you have any part of the investigation of that incident at 600 Martin Street?
May I just look quick to make sure we're speaking about the right incident?
Yes.
Yes.
What was your involvement?
That was a case handled by the aggravated assault unit, but based on the location of where it occurred, we assisted with some information on that investigation.
And what was significant about the location where it occurred?
It was the scene of a YFN Lucci video shoot.
And 600 Martin Street, is that where's 600 Martin Street?
In Summerhill.
And were there any victims in that case?
I'm unsure if there was a victim, but I know that there was a vehicle struck by gunfire.
And whose vehicle was struck by gunfire?
Mr. Bennett or Lucci.
I want to take you to June 4th, 2020. Was there an incident at 1044 Hank Aaron?
There was.
Okay. And where is 1044 Hank Aaron?
In the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta. It's an apartment complex.
And was there any apartments or homes shot at or shot up?
There was.
Who do you know whose home was shot at or shot up?
It was the home for a family home of Sabian Cluster, better known as YFN Fat.
And were there any shell casings found in that case?
There were.
And were there any shell casings found at the incident 600 Martin Street on June 3rd?
There were.
And was that this incident just a day apart?
There were.
Was anyone ever arrested for those two incidents?
They were not.
And then I want to take you to June 30th, 2020. Was there an incident at 639 Parkway?
There was.
Okay. And is that in the same or similar location as the incident that happened on May 25th, 2020, near 411 Parkway Drive?
I'd say it's several, like maybe 6 or 7 blocks north of where that happened.
And would you still consider that area the area of the Rolling 60s stronghold?
That was the area in the 4th Ward neighborhood. That was the 600 block is the area that they liked the most.
Okay. And were there any victims for that particular shooting?
Yes, multiple.
Okay. Who were some of the victims?
There were multiple members of the Rolling 60s Crips, including Shadari Mitchell, Kenneth Long, Demario Franklin, and Marcus Sims was shot and killed that night.
Is that the same Marcus Sims that we talked about from the May 26, 2020 incident?
It is.
And as a result of that shooting, did you look at any social media?
I did.
Whose social media did you look at?
I believe I was reviewing the account for Tidricus Glass.
And was there anything of any significance that you found while reviewing that particular social media account?
There was a live video that I found interesting, yes.
Why did you find it interesting?
They were drinking and dancing around in like a kitchen or something, singing "Drop a Op" and "We Celebrate."
And how soon after? Okay. Is that what the post said?
I believe that if I remember the video correctly, there should be like maybe 2 people in the scene, and one of the 2 YFN associated individuals, or whoever's in the photo, is singing out of their mouth, "Drop Op" and "We Celebrate," while they're like pouring shots, I think it was.
Okay. And throughout the rest of 2020, were there just other shootings that you, being a part of this unit, found of note to you?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of those shootings in both the YFN associated territory as well as the YSL associated territory?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back to the stabbing of Mr. Bennett in February of 2022. Once you received the text messages and you reviewed them, what, if anything, did you do next as a part of your investigation in determining what was going on with the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I continued to monitor jail calls for any chatter that was going on within the jail because Mr. Bennett, of course, luckily was not killed, to make sure that nobody else was going to attempt anything or way to harm Mr. Bennett.
And as you continue to review jail calls, did you find any additional jail calls of note to you regarding any stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I did.
Okay. What was that? What did you find?
I found a phone call made by YSL member Christian Eppinger.
And what did you do once you learned or heard that call?
As far
like once you listened to the call, what, if anything, did you do?
Oh, again, it was a call where a female was acting as a middleman. So to identify the person that she was reaching out to, I obtained phone records for the female, identified the number that she called at that exact time that the jail call was taking place, and then was able to identify the person being called.
And who was the person being called?
A gentleman named Antonio Sumlin.
And did Antonio Sumlin have a nickname?
Obama.
Once you heard that jail call or learned of that jail call, what, if anything, what steps did you take after that?
I then decided to apply for Wiretap applications for the phone lines of both Demekion Garlington and Antonio Sumlin.
Why did you make that? Why did you decide to apply for a Wiretap?
Because we were fearful that until Mr. Bennett was severely harmed or killed, this plot would continue. So we felt that was the best course of action at that time.
And were you able to secure or be able to go and have a wiretap for both Mr. Garlington's phone and Mr. Sumlin's phone?
Yes.
Now, tell the jury, what are the steps that happens once you secure a warrant and you're able to get a wiretap?
I was the case agent on the law enforcement side of things. Then we have like IT people or technical people that they take the paperwork you receive from the judge and they forward it to the phone company. And then usually it takes a couple hours. You have a wire room set up. It's a private, secure location. And I'd say within a couple of hours of submitting the paperwork to the phone company, you'll start receiving data coming in the wire room. You'll start receiving phone calls, text messages, and you'll see sometimes just data, like when you're browsing on your phone or making a video call, you'll see that stuff starts coming in and being registered.
And as far as the wire room, does that have to be maintained 24 hours a day?
It does.
And why is that?
Because you have to you're now responsible for monitoring what's coming in. You can't leave it unmonitored. Somebody has to be there monitoring.
Now, when you are monitoring those calls, are you able to listen to every call, or are there times you have to minimize or stop listening to the calls?
So everybody gets what's called a minimization training. They get informed of the basis of the case. They're passed out copies of the affidavit so they know what's going on, what allowed us to get there. They read through that. We conduct a meeting. Everybody's informed. We talk about what they should listen out for, what's going on. And then they're explained on minimization procedures. So if somebody calls their grandma, for example, and she's talking about what she's going to make for dinner, or what do you want for me to buy you this year for your birthday? You listen for 2 minutes. And if at the 2-minute mark, there's no criminal activity, you mute or you minimize for 1 minute. You give the full minute, you resume, you click back in, and you listen for another 2 minutes. If there's no criminal activity, you mute again. And I'm sorry, I say mute, I mean minimize. At that time, once you minimize, you cannot go back, the recording stops. And you do that. Now, if there's criminal activity heard that's related to your case, you can listen.
And when you got the warrants, do you remember when you got the initial warrants for both the phone from Mr. Garlington and Mr.
I want to say we went up on the line somewhere around like the first week of March. So it should have been around there, like the 10th, maybe years. somewhere around there.
As it relates to Mr. Garlington, were you able to initially listen to his calls?
No,
Why not? What happened?
coincidentally, he had changed his phone number.
Once he had changed his phone number, what, if anything, did you do? Let me ask you, did you try to secure another number for Mr. Garlington?
I did.
How did you go about securing another number for Mr. Garlington?
I reached out to his probation officer to see if, to remain in compliance, he may have updated her with his new phone number.
And had he done that?
He had.
And then for Mr. Sumlin's line, were you able to go up on his phone immediately?
Yes.
How long were you on, how long did you have a wiretap on each of those phones?
The initial application goes for 30 days. So I know we had 30 days on both. And then I did renewals on both. So we did 60 days. I can't remember if Mr. Garlington went into custody before his 60 days was up or not, but we had authorization for 60 days ultimately on both.
Why did you choose to extend the first 30 days?
Because the criminal activity was still pretty active. There were still crimes being committed, still intelligence being gathered.
Now, I want to direct you to March of 2022.
Okay.
With the stabbing of Mr. Bennett inside the Fulton County Jail, did that information ever get released to the public?
It did, but it was delayed.
Okay. And when you say it was delayed, what happened?
I don't believe it hit the news until some court documentation was filed.
And what court documentation was filed?
An emergency motion for bond on Mr. Bennett's behalf.
And do you know when that documentation was filed?
I want to say the first few days of March, I believe.
All right, y'all, come on.
Permission to approach. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6TT. Would I have a refresher memory as to when that bond here, or when that motion was filed?
Yes.
Okay. When was that motion filed?
March 1st of 2022.
And after March 1st, 2022, did you start seeing public media posts about the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes, several news outlets picked it up.
Once several news outlets began to pick it up, did you, as an investigator with the gang unit, have investigated this YFN, YSL conflict? Did anything about that report spark any investigation on your part about anything that you were going to do as it relates to the conflict between YFN and YSL?
Based on my experience with with these two groups and the conflicts, we were on heightened alert for any events that or shootings or incidents that may occur.
And by the time the media release occurred, were you already up on the wire, or did that come after the release of the information to the media?
I believe it came after.
Okay. Now I want to direct your attention to March 11th, 2022. Did you become aware of the shooting on I-75/85 northbound?
I did.
And did you become aware of who, if anyone, was killed as part of that incident?
I do.
Okay. And who was that?
That would be Christian McMiller, and Darius Big Ford.
And do you know about what time that incident occurred?
I believe it happened around 3:30 a.m.
And have you had any involvement with any investigation as it relates to that case?
I have.
And is that still an open pending case at this juncture?
It is.
After that shooting on March 11, 2022, were there any, did you become aware of a shooting at 12 Atlanta?
Yes.
When was that shooting?
I believe that the incident on the highway took place at 3 a.m. Fast forward to about almost just before 10 o'clock, the shooting at 12 Atlanta took place.
10 o'clock a.m. or 10 o'clock p.m.?
PM. I think the call for service came in around 9:47
And where is 12 Atlanta?
in Summerhill.
And are you familiar with that location?
I am.
How are you familiar with that location?
I believe in 2019 and 2020, it was 12 Atlanta itself. The convenience store was the target of drive-by shootings.
And was there anyone injured on March 11, 2022?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe the gentleman's name is Cortez Houston. He's a YFN associate.
And has there been anyone arrested for that shooting?
Yes.
Who's that?
A gentleman named Stephen Harris.
And are you familiar with that name?
Yes.
How?
He's documented not by me, but another member of the gang unit as a member of YSL.
After that incident on March 12, 2022, did you become aware of a shooting, without saying any name, of a shooting on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Without saying any names, how did you become aware of the shooting on Cleveland Avenue?
I was in the wire room monitoring the calls in the wiretap, and we heard a shootout being described on the wiretap.
After hearing about that shooting on the wiretap, did you ever come to learn of a shooting on March 14th, 2022 at I-20 in Windsor?
Yes.
Okay. When did you first learn about that shooting?
I believe somebody from the gang unit that I work with had called and let me know that a shooting had come up in that area.
Okay. And once you learned about that information, what, if anything, did you do?
I spoke with Investigator Flores, who I believe was the on-call gang investigator for that night.
And did you learn of the individual? Was someone killed at that location?
Yes.
Okay. Did you learn of the name or the identity of that individual?
A gentleman by the name of Shamel Drinks.
Now, when you first heard that name, were you familiar with that individual at all?
I was not.
When you first heard that name, did you know at that time if this murder had anything to do with any gangs?
No.
And you say no, why is that?
Just because I did not recognize him, I didn't know him, so I had no reason to believe at that time it was.
After hearing about the shooting at I-20 Windsor Road, did you look at any social media accounts?
I did the next day.
Why were you looking at social media?
Just in conjunction with the wire, we were always monitoring what was going on, just to be abreast of anything we may hear, just so we were aware of what was going on, so we can understand the context of things we were hearing.
And as you were observing social media, did you see anything of note to you as you were perusing social media the next day after the March 14th killing of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
I did.
what if anything did you find?
I saw several posts of a gentleman that matched the photo of what I saw of Chamel drinks at the crime scene being made.
Okay. And when you say was being made, who was it being made by?
Members of YFN.
And about how many posts did you see when you were just kind of viewing and observing?
There were numerous posts. I don't think I could put a number on it.
And when you saw those posts, did you ever capture those posts?
I began capturing them just in case they were needed.
You said you captured just in case they were needed.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to approach you.
My thing is, how you investigating these gangs? You know that they are gangs, but you don't know the members of the gang.
Permission to approach your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy did at 465 BV, 467 BV, and 468 BV. Tell me if you recognize 465, 467, and 468.
I do.
And how do you recognize 465, 467, and 468 BV?
These are three of the several social media posts that I captured following the death of Mr. Drinks.
And are those three just some of the examples of what you were seeing being posted on the day after Mr. Drinks passed away?
Yes.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the social media accounts that you observed and that you screenshotted back in March of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 465, 467, and 468 BV into evidence. Permission to publish. Now showing you what's been admitted at 465 BV, is that Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And who is the person posting this picture?
That is a gentleman that goes by the name Kelvin Watts or Shell Kill.
Okay. And were you familiar with Shell Kill?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you familiar with Shell Kill?
From past investigations involving both of these groups.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you 467 BV. Who is the person? Is that also Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And who is posting that? Who made the post?
It's made by 44 Steve-O, which I know to be Steven Johnson.
Okay, and I apologize. Going back to 465, what was Shell Kell's Instagram handle?
It's Shell Kell _ Nutlife.
All right. Now back to 467 BB. 44 Steve-O, what's his given name?
Steven Johnson.
All right. And was he associated with YFN?
Yes.
All right. And next is 468 BV. Who made the post?
The username is going to be YFN Fat 14. That's going to be Sabian Cluster.
And is that the Sabian cluster that we talked about a few moments ago with the back and forth shooting?
It is.
All right. And what what was that? What did that post say?
I don't feel right putting that behind your name nut with the broken heart.
Once you started seeing these posts and examples of these posts, what, if anything, did you do at all with this investigation at that time on March 15th?
I didn't, because when you're the affiant of a wire, it's a lot of things you have to do. You have to manage schedules and people in the room and review all the calls. So I was kind of sidetracked. So I was capturing these, working in the wire room, and then I went home to get some sleep.
Now I'm going to take you to March 16th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to a shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
And how did you get involved with responding to the shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
One of my partners, either Investigator Dabney or Investigator Flores, called and let me know that there was a shooting at the location.
And let me ask you this. Back in 2022, where were you working?
The Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And was that a common practice that members of the APD gang unit would reach out to you if there was a shooting that they were responding to?
If it was gang related and something that we had been working on, absolutely. I talked to them daily.
And did you respond to that location?
I did.
Sitting here today, do you recall what time you responded to that location?
I want to say I made it out there probably around 2 a.m., I believe.
You said about 2 a.m.?
Around 2 a.m., I believe.
Court condolence for one. Once you got to the house, what, if anything, did you do?
I met with my partner, Investigator Flores, and I spoke with the officers on scene, and they said they had several victims that were separated amongst different cars on scene while they were still sorting out what was going on. And I got the names of the people that were present.
Okay. And were you familiar with any of the individuals who were present?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you know?
I knew Mr. Garlington, of course, because he was one of my wiretap targets that we had running. And I knew Mr. Shannon Stillwell. I know Mr. Stillwell, I think he goes by Jackson also.
Okay. And how long have you known Mr. Garlington?
Probably say since 2014, if not longer.
Right. And how long had you known Mr. Jackson?
2013 or 2012.
All right. When you went out there, did you speak with Mr. Garlington or Mr. Jackson?
I spoke with both.
And were either of them able to provide you any information about what had occurred at their home at the home that night?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
And we're going with another approach. And here's my thing to y'all. To me, he has just again confirmed that they gave her a position to leverage her relationship with them boys. Now she just sat here and said she knew Shannon since 2012. She knew Mr. Garlington since 2014. Now she said that she got in her new position. Did she say she got in her new position in 2020? When did she get her promotion? 2020 or 2019? Exactly.
Did you see Mr. Jackson still on that evening?
I did.
Okay. And was he able to provide you any information regarding the shooting that had occurred that night?
Not anything of substance, really.
Was he able to give you any description of what happened that night?
If I remember correctly, he just said, I think when he arrived at the location, people just started shooting, but he didn't know what had happened or why.
And while you met with him, when you got to the scene, were there cars in the driveway?
Yes.
And was he able to identify a car that he was driving?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was that?
He said a white Audi.
And did he point out that Audi to you?
I don't know if he pointed it out. I think he may have said like that one over there. And I looked and there was one closest to the street. And there were cars parked in the yard on the right side of the house. And there was a white Audi that was like an Audi sedan closest to the street. There was an Audi SUV and an Audi sedan, and it was the sedan that was parked closer to the street.
And did you ever take pictures of that Audi? Or you were investigator Flores take pictures of that Audi?
One of us did, yes.
And did you take pictures of Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Stillwell?
One of us did, yes.
Were you familiar with an individual by the name of Miles Farley?
I had seen him, but I'd never interacted with him before.
Had you seen social media accounts for him?
Yeah, social media accounts, music videos. I'd seen him around with the guys.
Was he present on that morning of March 16, 2022?
He was.
And did you take pictures of him?
One of us, I think Investigative Flores may have.
Now, when you met with or spoke to Mr. Jackson, were they victims of the shooting?
Yes.
At that time, when you met or spoke with Mr. Jackson, Mr. Garlington, did you have any knowledge of who the suspects were in the March 14th murder?
No.
Had you on March 16th talked to Investigator Hogan about his homicide?
No.
Excuse me, was Investigator Hogan the lead detective on the homicide?
Yes.
Smell drinks. When you spoke with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Jackson on March 16th, had you seen any surveillance video from the homicide on March 14, 2022?
No.
When you met with or spoke with Mr. Jackson, did you have any knowledge of the suspect vehicle as related to that March 14, 2022 homicide?
No. Other than the victim, I had no knowledge of the circumstances or anything with the investigation.
Did you eventually leave the location at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
You said this is about 2:00 in the morning.
Somewhere around there.
Did you at some point in time go to Atlanta Police Department on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
What was your purpose of going to the Atlanta Police Department?
I had to return to check on the wire. I got a few hours of sleep, maybe a couple hours of sleep, but I could. I returned to check on the wire room and also stopped by to see Detective Kevin Leonpacker. Stopped by his office to talk to him for a minute.
And would you work with Detective Leonpacker with your investigations?
All the time.
Okay. And just as a side note, what types of things would you ask Detective Leonpacker to do with your cases that you were working on?
I would bounce investigative ideas off him sometimes with cases that I had, but also most importantly, if throughout my investigations, I would obtain cell phones through search warrants and things like that, or in evidence, I would bring them to him with a search warrant for him to conduct a forensic extraction of the phones for me.
Okay. Now, going back to March 16, did you make it to APD?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, did you make it to Kevin Leonpacker's desk where he sits?
Yes.
Are there any investigators that sit close to him in the office?
Yes.
Is Detective Hogan one of those investigators?
It's Detective Leonpacker, empty cubicle, Detective Hogan.
Once you went to go speak with Detective Leonpacker on March 16, 2022, did you see Detective Hogan?
I did. On my way to his desk, I passed Hogan.
And what happened once you passed him? What happened?
When I walked past Hogan's desk, I said, "Hey, Hogan." I said, "Your victim," I said, "is being posted by some of the YFN guys. Just checking to see what you got. What do you got? Like, what's going on?" And then he said, "Well, I got some surveillance video and some people, but I don't know not much else."
He said he didn't have much else.
Yeah, he just.
At that point in time, did he show you the surveillance video?
Yeah, I said, well, show me what you got. Let me see what you got. And he's pulled, I talked to Kevin for a second. He said, come on over. And I looked at the video that he had.
And what video did you look at?
It was video from a gas station that I recognized to be at Fulton and Windsor.
And what did you see on the surveillance video?
He showed me some individuals that he had identified as his suspects.
And when you saw the video, what, if anything, did you do?
I immediately recognized Mr. Stillwell from my interaction with him the night before because he was wearing the same clothes. And I recognized Mr. Farley on the video.
And you said the night before, were you at the office on March 16th as well?
Sorry, it was the same day. It was 2 a.m., sleep for a few hours, went to the office and met with them. So it was the same day.
And when you watched the surveillance video, was this surveillance video from March 14, 2022?
Yes.
And you had just, not just, but earlier that morning had seen Mr. Jackson or Stillwell Jackson in the same clothes that you saw him in on the video.
Correct.
Right. And then you said you also recognized Miles Farley on the video.
Correct.
All right. Once you recognized both Mr. Farley and Mr. Stillwell, what, if anything, did you do?
There was a third individual in the video that I knew to associate with them, but I didn't know his name. So I told Investigator Hogan he may want to get with somebody else to get a name on that person. And then he showed me the vehicle associated with his case.
And did he show you the vehicle from the surveillance video or something else?
I believe it was a surveillance video.
And what, if anything, did you do when you saw the vehicle, his suspect vehicle?
I recognized it as the white Audi with the Maryland tags from the home at Waters Road that I'd seen hours prior.
Now, you said that you did not recognize the third individual in the surveillance video, and you directed Hogan to speak with someone else. Did you direct him to speak with anyone specifically?
Well, I recognized him by face. A name, I didn't have a name. So I think Investigator Belknap was either in the homicide office or he was upstairs, and I called either him to come to the desk or come downstairs to help Hogan.
And let me ask you this. I want to go back to March 16, 2022. When you spoke with Mr. Jackson about what happened that night, how did the conversation come up about what vehicle was his? Do you recall?
I believe that was prompted by when he said I just got here and they started shooting, or something like that. I just got here and they started shooting, or I pulled up and they started shooting. So I said, well, what vehicle were you in? I think that's what prompted that question.
And when you spoke with Mr. Jackson on March 16th, did he ever speak with you about where he was in the days prior to you seeing him on Waters Road?
No.
While you were meeting with, or not meeting with, but speaking with Mr. Jackson, did you ever speak with him about the homicide that had occurred on March 15th at I-20 and Windsor Road?
No.
Now, going back to later in the day when you were at APD, at any point after speaking with Hogan, did you take any steps to continue assisting him in his investigation?
I went upstairs and reviewed the wiretap data for that time.
And when you say that time, what time are you referencing?
The time that would encompass his homicide taking place.
And did you find any calls around the time of when the homicide took place?
I did.
And we'll come back to that. Once you went upstairs and reviewed and went to the wiretap room and kind of reviewed those calls, what, if anything, did you do next?
I think I just continued to let him know that I was available if he needed anything from our end, but
Did you ever come to take out a search warrant for the home at 2830 Waters Road?
Oh, yes. When I was reviewing the calls, now that would be reviewing the calls for the night before. When I responded out at 2 a.m., I began to review those calls from that incident, and learned some information that led me to obtain a Fulton County search warrant for the location at Waters Road.
And so let me understand clearly, you heard some information on the wiretap.
Correct.
And was that information on the wiretap from March 16th?
Correct. The time that we responded out there and I encountered Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell.
And based upon what you heard on the wiretap, you then went and applied for a search warrant at Waters Road.
Correct.
Now, let me ask you this. When you got on the scene at Waters Road, did you go inside of the house on March 16th?
I may have peeked inside the house. I can't remember, but I don't think I we didn't search it or anything.
And was there any reason why you did not search the home on March 16th when you responded?
They were victims at that time. I didn't have probable cause in my eyes to obtain a search warrant for the location.
All right. Now, were you able to obtain the search warrant to search the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And did you all search the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And did you have assistance from the Atlanta Police Department to execute that search warrant on March 17, 2022?
The gang unit in conjunction with the SWAT team, Detective Leon Packer came out to help. There's a bunch of people helping out.
Your permission to approach. You.
Here we go. All right, y'all. So I got a question for the people. Did Viverito approach Hogan?
We all think this would be a good time for a bathroom break. So let's take a restroom break. We'll be back in a few.
I missed what she said. Hilton asked to approach. Y'all need me to run it back? She said she approached Hogan, or did Hogan approach her? What did Hogan say? She said she approached him like, hey, yo, people from X can comment now. Yay. Okay, Miss Cherie, thank you for dropping the comment, because I was sure, like, I don't know if people from Twitter can comment, but you can. So she said that she walked past, she walked past, she saw Hogan, and she said something to him, or whatever the case was, said something to him around the terms of, yeah, you're basically, I see a lot of YFN people posting your murder victim. And then he invited her to watch the gas station video. So they both have the same story. She said Hogan stopped her when she walked by. Hogan said she approached him. Kristen said a slight difference. Something is off. No one can remember all those details without skipping a beat. I think they tried to, quote unquote, refresh their memories ahead of the testimony. Like, they should essentially prep their witnesses. And if they were properly prepped, they should be able to testify, fluently. And then if they need a refresher, they can refer back to anything that they have. Bathroom break means they about to have some work. So I mean, to me, Viverito is, she's laying out the story. She's laying out all of the work that she did in relation to this RICO. And it's apparent that without her, they wouldn't have a lot of the things that they gathered. Sprinkle did a little bit of social media post gathering work, but it seems like the bulk of it was done by Boo Burrito. Yes, Ali. So the wiretap just kind of confuses me altogether. So I know at one point she said that you gotta listen to it in real time, and then it kind of seemed like she said she went back and checked on the wiretap, but then we also heard somebody say something about the wiretap, you not being able to listen to anything on the wiretap if it isn't criminally relevant, if it's doesn't have any type of criminal activity going on. I don't know how legit that is or not, but I do think that, girl, you run around here on 2 and 3 hours of sleep listening to phone calls. How good are you at your job right now? Hilton didn't redact some of her homework. Her story seems a little off. So you created probable cause. She did say she went back and checked. I'm calling BS, Heather. Everything at 2 a.m. She is dirty. I think that they preyed on them boys. I really do. I think that they preyed on them boys, and they used her to do it. They definitely used her to do it. And that's why her examination is going to take a long time, because her examination is going to take a long time because she got a lot of information. A lot of information got to go through her. Yeah, I think she prayed. I think she prayed on them, or they used her to prey on them. Is what I think. She probably started off with ambitions to want to do something else, and I just kind of feel like she used her relationship with them to they used her relationship with them to get what they wanted. So I think that was Quindarius Zachary talking to Detective Thorpe, because he was a schoolyard officer or something like that. Closing cases without investigation. So and here's my thing too. This is all the same day, right? So the next day, the unaliving occurs. Hogan has a conversation with Boo Burrito. When does Hogan talk to the FedEx employee? Does he talk to the FedEx employee that same day? Because I thought that he talked to the FedEx employee the same day, but got the video days later. But he had already issued the warrant based off of what the FedEx employee said. She said she went to Packer first. Where Chastity at, baby? Because Chastity said she was. Do you think they freely talk to her like that? She acting like she just walks up and they talk. She does act like that, but it makes me curious of what type of parole officer she was. You know what I'm saying? Because she had to have some type of relationship with them where they felt comfortable enough, one, to talk to her, or you know what I mean? Like, what was going on with them boys while they was on probation for you to know all this information about them? You know, like, I want to know, how did you even know that these were their handles? Like, did something happen and you had to go out there and find it? Did y'all just one day be like, we about to sweep Instagram and look for everybody who got YSL in their name and YFN in their name? Like, how did y'all come across everybody's Instagram? Was it going to Thug page and then just kind of clicking and see who's who? Like, I'm kind of curious on that because I don't see them boys just telling their parole officer anything because ain't nobody trying to go back to jail. And you talking about you've been knowing people since 2012. Them was boys. Them was little boys. Yeah, she claims she in gang unit showing her face on. I don't remember Lillian, but I want to say when he had got locked up, which was in 2019. I want to say that was in 2019. You notice how she has slowed down and is thinking through. Yep. You know what? And Breda called that out too because somebody said they had a conversation with her over the break, and I believe it. He issued a warrant based off of the email from the FedEx, right? But he I don't think it was the email. I thought it was a conversation. It was an email. I thought he talked to the people and they told them what they saw on the video, and then he got off the phone and wrote the warrant, and then later got the video. I could be off. Didi said they make stuff up. They were probably trying to get her. The story is off. Why she moved jobs so much? Ro, I'm trying to figure out how they went out there and just created a job rec for that lady and said, yeah, we're going to give you this position as a technology gang expert. And what we're going to do is we're going to make sure we see you're going to take our classes. We're going to send you to a couple other places. You're going to take a couple classes there. And then you're going to create your role while you in it. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be the expert. You're going to be able to teach everybody everything that you're learning. And we're going to all come to you because you're going to know what you're talking about. Where HO at? Yep. But my thing is too, you talking about Shamel drinks. You saying that you knew YFN, you knew that this is where YFN people were at. You knew this was YSL, this is where YSL people were at. How you don't know who's affiliated with who? Why you don't have a board somewhere that label out everybody who is affiliated with one side, everybody who's affiliated with another side? Like you on Instagram like everybody else. They could have been somebody cousin. He could have just been somebody cousin. Don't give a tuck that it was the email, y'all. Where's the checks and balances? Exactly. Who's fact checking her? She used this to be promoted. That's an angle too. Maybe she came in there and said, I know all these boys. I know everybody that's in YSL. I know where they hang out at. I know their Instagram names. I know everything. So y'all need to give me another job. Y'all need to give me another position, or I'm taking me and my intel and we going somewhere else. We're taking our talents to South Beach. Maybe she said that. Maybe that was how she got the many promotions that she had. That's why I want everyone to go home. They sat and plotted until they found something on them young black guys. Okay. They do it all the time. Maybe he emailed and they called him back, but there's an email in there somewhere. Okay. She talked with Gaither and made up their theory. They were 14-year-old sons, 14-year-old kids. Child, she is the catalyst. Absolutely. I do believe that. Well, why didn't she know Drinks was YFN until after he was unalive? Exactly. Yeah. And he said they talked and seen him screenshots, then he got the warrant. Oh, okay. So they talked, then he got some screenshots, and then he went and got the warrant, and then later he got the video. I know for a fact he took that warrant out before he seen that video. I know that for a fact. I believe. She gonna be flying in a minute, Christina. She gonna be flying in a minute. If you follow her, you won't get it. It could have been their cousin. Just because somebody posts you don't mean that you know anybody. I'm telling you, this is an episode of Power. Ali, you over here clowning. Doesn't mean they gang. Exactly. Some people just don't be deep off into the streets like that. Some people just some people just have people that, you know, he's schoolboy. Her LinkedIn is pristine. Oh Lord. Y'all being messy in the comments. Y'all being messy in the comments. Yeah, you gonna be an unindicted co-conspirator in the next Rico, Brittany. You better chill out. Gaither went back and forth telling two groups the gossip in which started the war. I think that the police had their hand in it a lot more than what they telling for sure. Her specialty is high profile gang cases. And y'all know what threw me off is that she said high risk gang members. So you mean to tell me that you were a parole officer and your job was to monitor these boys who are or have committed crimes, and you know it's your job to watch and look after them. At one point in time, you switched from trying to help people, or where you should let me go back, okay? Because it's so much I want to say, and my words not coming out right. But you should have been trying to rehabilitate them boys. They were high risk when they were your parolees. They were high risk then. You know what I'm saying? That's when they were high risk. You should have been trying to talk to them and educate them and try to get them on the right path at that point. You should have been looking for programs and opportunities for them at that point to get them on the straight and narrow. That's what you should have been doing. But you turned around and now you heard years later saying that they were high risk gang members. High risk of what? Protecting themselves? High risk of what? Hey. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are the people that we have in parole as parole officers, like trying to take them down. Exactly. Hey. She wanted to keep them in the system. She was not interested in helping them, and she used them to climb her ladder. She sure did. What part do you think Gaither plays, if any? Well, I think we all were like, how the heck did Demekion Wellington get the wiretap put on his phone? But it seemed like it's because of the text messages. Well, we find out that it was because of the text messages around the Lucci situation that prompted Bubarito to pull out the search warrant. I'm sorry, to pull out the warrant to get the wiretap on him. I think that Gaither was playing, like they said, both sides, but she was playing both sides between her nephew and the police. And I do believe, like y'all said in the chat, because I am paying attention, y'all. Like y'all said in the chat, that Demekion got that number changed because she told him. She told him to get that number changed. She told them they on y'all bumper. Because when things was going on, they was still calling Gaither the whole time. The phone's already tapped. They call it Unc. Unc is Gaither, y'all. Unc T is Gaither. That's Gaither. So Gaither tried to stay in cool, and she played double agent. She wanted to stay in cool and be good, but she also wanted to, just like Bubarito, climb her little corporate ladder too. But she had so many other issues going on. She had to go ahead and retire because she was under investigation. She had some unethical stuff going on. They came to her like Wellington came to Woody. I gotta play. What you said, Didi? What you said? She plays a huge role. Absolutely. Gaither gave Garlington the play. Told them what to do. Told them what to say. Loop these boys in. Woody was trying to tell them to do one thing. They turning around doing another. Now everybody beefing with each other. Unk is Gaither. Unk T is Gaither. Yep, they just want to lock them boys up. Unk T. That's Unk T. It's beyond it. It's crazy. Did the YFN Rico case start and done? Guy finally out here writing letters saying, let Lucci go. So, y'all, you know, that's how it went. I do got a call, though. So, I guess I'm about to get on this call. Hopefully, I don't got to say nothing. But in the event that I do, I will just leave out of the room and y'all can continue to watch the feed. Diddy not up here. I don't know if any other mod want to come up here and manage, you know, run the flow, but I know y'all still want to watch, so I'm gonna let y'all do y'all thing. I'll jump on this here call. You gotta watch that. That one's a mess.
No problem.
So I think we left off that you went to Waters Road and you went to the search there.
Correct.
When you got to Waters Road on March 17th, 2022, did it look the same way that it looked when you were there on March 16th, 2022 around 12 a.m.?
You're talking about,
You were at the house on March 16th, 2022.
Yes.
When you went on March 17th, 2022, did the house look the same on March 17th than it did on March 16th?
I'm gonna overrule that. I mean, go ahead. You can answer.
Are you talking about before or after entry was made?
After entry was made.
I mean, it's not a particularly clear question. That may be the problem.
On March 16th, when you went to the house, did it have TVs and video surveillance systems inside?
Calls for speculation based on the prior testimony.
Did
Are you talking about the interior?
Yes. When you went on March 16th, did you see video surveillance inside of the house? On March 16th, when you responded and spoke to Mr. Jackson.
I watched body camera and I was able to see through the front.
Okay.
Hang on.
When you saw the house, did you go inside the house?
But if the front with the front door open, you could see from the front yard there was a large monitor with feeds running.
Okay, so
Did you personally observe?
Yes, Your Honor.
So let me go back. When you got to the house on March 16th, were you able to see inside of the home?
Yes, from the front. The door was open. Yes, I could see into the house.
And when you saw inside of the house, were you able to see television and video surveillance systems?
Yes.
Okay. When you went on March 17th, 2022, and after the search warrant, y'all made entry into the home, was that same surveillance camera system still at the house? Was it still there?
It had been removed.
Okay. When you got there on March 17th, 2022, were all of the cars that were present on March 16th, 2022 at the location?
No, I believe 3 were left at the location.
And on March 17th, 2022, did Detective Liam Packer video the search warrant and the contents that were recovered from the search warrant?
Yes, to assist me, he helped with videoing it.
Okay. And were you present during the execution of that search warrant?
I was.
All right. Now, as a part of your investigation, and let me ask you this, did you, between March 11th and March 17th, were you still observing and monitoring social media during this period of time?
I was.
And was that in conjunction with also listening to the wiretap?
Yes.
Okay. And why were you still observing and monitoring social media?
Because when you're in the midst of an investigation, you never know towards the end what may be relevant at a later time. So I was making sure to get the full picture of everything, better to have and not need, the need and not have. So I like to kind of make sure everything is together, because like you might get to the end of an investigation, something that seems so small is huge. So I was making sure to capture as much as I could.
And when you were going on social media, were you going on individual public accounts?
Yes.
Right. And during the course, I want to start with just initially, were you able to find social media posts of Shell Kell, his account?
Yes.
Okay. And did he have pictures of himself with Rayshawn Bennett or YFN Lucci?
Yes.
Okay. And on his account, did he also have pictures of himself with Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
No, approach the witness. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 440 BV and 454 BV. Tell me if you recognize 440 BV and 454 BV.
I do.
How do you recognize 440 BV and 454 BV?
These are some of the posts that I collected during March of 2022.
And is that a fair, accurate depiction of posts made by Shellkel_Nutlife?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 440 VV and 454 VV into evidence.
Admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And looking at 440 VV, there's a post date of December 1st, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you capture the image?
Should have been sometime in March.
And who is depicted in the picture?
That is Kelvin Watts in the white T-shirt, and it's Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, who's shirtless.
And sitting here, do you know the area or where this picture is taken?
That appears to be the Trestle Tree Apartments.
And are you familiar with Trestle Tree Apartments?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Trestle Tree?
That's an area favored by the YFN criminal street gang.
Okay. Now looking at 454 VV. And looking at 454 VV, did you also capture this in March of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And who is in this picture?
That's Kelvin Watts in the camouflage jacket, and that's going to be Donovan Thomas with the varsity jacket on.
All right. And again, is this on Shellkel's Instagram page?
Yes, this was on his story.
In the same way, did you also have the occasion to capture pictures with Darius Bigford as well as Christian McMain Miller with individuals associated with YSL?
Yes.
And did you capture those pictures as well?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 441 VV, 442 VV, 443 VV, and 451 VV. Take a moment, tell me if you recognize those images.
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize them?
These are also photos that I captured during March of 2022.
Okay. And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you captured while observing those public Instagram posts?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 441 VV, 442 VV, 443 VV, and 451 VV into evidence.
441 through 443, and then 451 VV.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
You may.
Now, looking at 441 VV, what Instagram post, what Instagram handle is this?
The username is going to be real1_FR.
And do you know who that Instagram account is associated with?
That account is going to belong to Darius Ford.
And when was this originally posted?
October 13th of 2021.
And again, did you screen grab this though in March of 2022?
I did.
Right. And who is, do you recognize anyone inside the picture?
The gentleman with the orange hat is going to be Darius Ford. And then the gentleman next to him in the white shirt is going to be Jeffrey Williams.
All right. Next, going to 442 VV. Is that posted again from Mr. Ford's account?
It is
And what is the date of this Instagram post?
February 17th of 2021.
And again, is that Mr. Williams depicted in this photo with Mr. Ford?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 443 VV. Are you familiar with this Instagram handle?
I am.
And what is the Instagram handle?
It's would normally say Ocean Drive Slim, but the C has been replaced for the 5.
And when is the original date of this post?
March 29th, 2019.
And are you familiar with the individual depicted in the post?
I am.
And who's depicted in the post?
Christian McMiller in the green hoodie, Jeffrey Williams in the yellow, and 21 Savage or Mr. Shaya Joseph is in the white hoodie.
Okay. And are there any just emojis on this photo?
There's a green snake and a dagger emoji in the caption, and it says 4L.
All right. Next, looking at 451 VV. And is this also another post by the account belonging to Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
And do you recognize any of the individuals inside of the picture?
I see Mr. McMiller in the blue hat with the orange hoodie. Looking at the back of Mr. Garlington with the blue hat with the white writing. I see Mr. Quantavious Greer. He also goes by Umfunk. And then I see Mr. Sumlin standing up with the white tank top with the white hoodie.
Now, while you were looking at social media, after the death of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford, did you see any social media accounts with anyone associated with YSL regarding the death of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford?
Yes, multiple accounts.
And did you screen grab those in the same way?
I did.
It's gonna be 4. Permission to approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 447 through 450 BB, then 452 to 453 BB, and then 463 BB. Take a moment and look at those.
Okay.
And do you recognize those images?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
There are additional social media images I pulled during March of 2022.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you captured back in March of 2022?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 447 to 450 VV, 452 through 453 VV, and then 463 VV into evidence.
447 to 50. Say them again for me.
Sure.
I was writing, but I think I got it wrong.
447 VV through 450 VV.
Yeah.
Then 452 VV through 453 VV. And then last is going to be 463 VV.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
But
you.
I did get it wrong. So those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Now, showing you what's been marked as 447 VV. Is this, whose Instagram post is this, excuse me?
That's going to be the account associated with Mr. Garlington.
And the picture in the account, does that appear to look similar to the location of where the picture that we just looked at was, the date, given the clothing, what Mr. McMiller is wearing?
It appears so.
Okay. And going to the next 448 VV. Looking at 448 VV, are you familiar with the Instagram handle Bentley BZ4L?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's the Instagram account associated with Christian Eppinger.
Right. And again, is this another post of Christian Eppinger, or a post of Christian Eppinger posting both? Is that Mr. McMiller, Mr. Ford in that picture?
Correct.
All right. Going to 449 VV. Are you familiar with the Instagram handle OOG_Tunk?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's a social media account associated with a gentleman named Antonio Sledge.
Okay. And what is depicted on the post that he posted?
Again, that will be Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Going to go to 450 VV. Is this another picture, or excuse me, another image by Mr. Garlington?
It is.
All right. Next, 452 VV. Are you familiar with the Instagram account OG.BOOL_?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that Instagram account?
That's the social media account associated with Shannon Stillwell.
And is this a post that was posted on that account?
It was.
And what does it say?
Just rest, Mac. I got you, man.
And are there emojis?
There are.
What are the emojis?
A crying face, a broken heart, a bandaged chart, and the devil emoji.
All right. Next, going to 453 VV.
That is a post of Mr. Stillwell with Mr. Ford.
Okay. And is there an emoji on that post as well?
Yes, the bandage chart and the sad crying emoji.
All right. And the last 463 VV.
That's again a post from Mr. Stillwell's account.
And while we're getting that one to publish, and during this time, were you again listening to the wiretap in this kind of around March 11th of 2023? Excuse me, 2022.
I'm probably doing about 12 to 16 hours a day in the wire room.
And in preparation for trial, have you had opportunity to listen to some of those calls?
I have.
And now we have 463 BV. Is this a post from the account belonging to Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. And what does the post say?
I can hear Mac now still playing goddamn big. We let them suckers get us shit. Where the fuck boo at? I'm sorry. That's what TF means, in case y'all didn't know. Boo at, and then it says, damn Mac, I miss you. I miss your ass preaching when I be on the bullshit.
All right.
And boo would be a reference to Quentin Porter.
Now, going to some of the wiretaps that were, I want to direct you to March 11th, 2022 at 10:05 p.m. And is this with the wiretap? What was the phone number? Do you recall now the phone number associated with Mr. Robinson? Or the last four digits?
I can't. I know Mr. Sumlin's ended in, I think, 8711. And I just knew the other one was Mr. Garlington.
I want to direct your attention to March 11th, 2022 at 10:05 p.m. from 27 seconds to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Let me ask you this. Hold on. Excuse me. After Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford were killed, were there Instagram posts disrespecting both Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford?
There were several.
And did you capture those those Instagram posts that were being posted?
Yes.
Right. And why did you capture those?
Just because of how inflammatory they were. I knew that they were going to be important because they were very, very disrespectful and inflammatory.
And have you had the opportunity to look at some of those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
And with social media, if posts are inflammatory, in your experience as a gang investigator, does that flame any potential beef or anything that may occur?
Absolutely.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 456 VV, 457 VV, and 462 VV. Do you recognize those pictures?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
Two are going to be from like fake accounts that were made to troll people in the wake of their death. And one is from an individual that I know from working in Atlanta.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you grabbed, again, in March of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 456 VV, 457 VV, and 462 VV into evidence.
Admitted.
And permission to publish. Now, looking at this exhibit, is this one of the fake Instagram accounts that you were referencing?
That's one of the ones that we couldn't identify who it belonged to, but it was very, very vocal about the disrespect.
Okay. And what does the post say?
New op pack just came in.
And in your experience as a gang investor, have you heard the term op?
I have.
Okay. And what is your understanding of op?
It's short for opposition or rival.
And do you know, sitting here today, what day you screenshotted this particular post?
It would have been in the days immediately after the death of Mr. McMillan, and Mr. Ford.
Okay. And we're looking at a document with the screen grabs, help refresh your memory as to the dates of when you captured this post.
It would.
Mm-hmm. And do you have a copy of this document here to help refresh your memory?
I do.
All right. If you would take that out, look at it as soon as your memory's refreshed, just look up and let me know.
That would be March 11th, around 11:30 p.m.
And about what time did Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford pass away?
It was maybe several hours prior to that. So they got killed at 3 a.m. on March 11th, go through the day, and then that night at 11:30 p.m. this got posted.
We'll go to the next post. Now, looking at Facebook 457 BB, are you familiar with the Instagram handle 1ABG _ Big Nick _
Yes.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
I'm familiar with this individual. His name is Nicholas Johnson.
And does he have a nickname?
Usually it's Fat Nick or Big Nick, depending on what he changes his handle to, but he's a YFN member.
And why was this, what if any significance did this post have?
This was also posted several hours after Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller had been killed, and he posted a song on top of him just moving around saying, and the song was entitled Slime and Chalk, which is referring to like typically in the old crime scenes where they'd outline the body in chalk. So this was inflammatory in that nature. He's posting this kind of just making sure everybody saw it.
And when was this, when did you capture this post?
The capture time reads 3 hours ago. So if I can refer to the sheet just to get the posting time.
Yes.
It was posted at 11:20 p.m. that day following the murders. So it means that it was captured at 11:20 p.m., which means 8:20 p.m. it was posted.
Go to the next exhibit. And while that's pulling up, have you ever heard of the term smoking an op pack?
I have.
Okay. What is your understanding when you've heard that terminology?
An op pack is a play on words, like when you talk about a pack of loud or like marijuana or drugs. So now when they come in, they'll say we're smoking on this person that's dead. It's just another way of disrespecting the opposition when they get killed. So saying a new op pack just came in, they're smoking on these people. It's very, very common among gang language, especially when there's a murder that takes place.
And now looking at 462 VB, Joey_Hurst24, was that an actual page or was that a trolling page?
That was a page that was trolling pretty.
Sustained.
Okay. Were you familiar with that page?
I was not.
Okay. Were you familiar with anyone being associated with that page?
I was not.
Sitting here, do you recall what the picture that's in the caption, what that said?
With the picture itself?
No,
Or
not
the profile
the
picture.
profile picture.
I can't see. It seems like a drawing or something of some sort.
And again, was this an example of some of the inflammatory posts that you were seeing that you captured?
Yes.
Now I want to go back to the Wiretap call. Permission to publish.
You may.
For the record, again, it's gonna be 27 seconds and 3:38 seconds.
Chris name.
Yeah, man.
That shit, that was crazy, boy.
Man, I was just going through what I'm calling when I had them posts. He told me, man, tell Corey, I said, welcome home. I told you that.
Yeah, that why I got that. I'm like, man, that shit, that just too crazy.
But that's a fool. Boy, I'm like, damn, boy.
They hit him more on this.
I don't know. See, I think he the one that got shot in the head. I don't, like, everybody been said he had and died first. Like, That's what they were saying at first. They were just like, bro was in critical condition for a minute.
I heard
But
he got hit in the head.
yeah, but Roger had then got down told me what happened to him. He had then DM me like, man, bro just died too. So we just turn on the video chat shit. But he was like it came from Roger said it came from Summer Hill, but Quay just said they got into it with when they was at Chit Chat, they got into it with them henchmen niggas.
Who nigga?
Man, I think them niggas all I run them folk, man. You know, on folk been going back and forth, they gonna answer.
All I run?
Nah, not him, but like his little young nigga.
Oh yeah, I heard that little hits me shit.
Yeah, Quay say when B Slime just had the show, on for him, B Slime them got down, rushed to the car to get the file, some shit they hadn't got into it.
Yeah. That's crazy right now.
My cousin just called him, so he know what he told me to pull up. He got down, he know what happened.
Yeah.
I'm finna pull up and got down, see what the hell going on.
So what the hell he was coming from the car?
Yeah, man, they went to LaCour, man.
Oh yeah, so I thought he went to traffic or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought, cause everybody going to traffic. I be telling that nigga they go to traffic. But I ain't even saying that to him last night, saying to put their clothes on.
I knew their mom up by 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
They like somebody got shot in the car, but they ain't really showing that.
Yeah.
I get on Instagram by 6, 7, like maybe by 7, 8 or something. I'm like, damn, that way it was.
Hey, yeah. Man, I ain't know that, man. Them folk blowing my phone up.
Yeah, I said, them folks were on. Them folks, they ain't see none of them niggas in the car.
Nah,
Like,
man. Yeah, it was just them two, I think. I don't know, but I ain't heard nothing, bro. I ain't called nobody.
Man, that nigga running, man. What the hell wrong with this nigga, man? That nigga walk so goddamn fast.
I ain't talking nobody but Ed B.
Oh, Ed B.
Yeah, you know he on though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Ed B just laying low.
Nah, he with his folk.
Okay. And the girl in charge is tripping, man. I called his phone, somebody, this ain't his number. Yeah.
For real.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
We started playing at 3:37. Want to ask you 3 questions about that call before the next call. Were you familiar with Demekion Garlington's voice?
Yes.
Okay. And was Demekion Garlington one of the individuals on the phone call?
Yes.
Right. During the call, you heard them talk about umfunk. Is that the same umfunk that you talked about earlier in the pictures?
Yes.
All right. Did you hear them speak about umfunk getting into it with the henchman?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the henchman?
I am.
How?
I have worked some investigations and spoken in person with their leader of that gang.
Okay. And with the henchmen, do they have any alliances?
They do.
And what is one of their alliances?
YFN.
All right. Now, you heard them talk about they were coming from LaCora. Are you familiar with LaCora?
I am.
Okay. What is LaCora?
It's a nightclub lounge on Metropolitan Parkway here in Atlanta.
And through your investigation of working the Christian McMiller, Darius Ford homicide, are you familiar if there was an event at LaCora on the night before they passed away?
There was.
And based on your investigation, were Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford at that location prior to their death?
Yes.
Now, there came a point in the portion of the audio that we listened to where the sound went down. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that an example of the minimization that you were referencing earlier, that if it's something that isn't about criminal activity, it will be minimized and then you will pick the call back up?
Yes.
Okay. In listening to that call, do you know who Mr. Garlington was speaking to?
Yes.
Okay, who?
It's a gentleman that goes by the name Dwoskin Wright. I know him as Watt.
You said
Watt, W-O-T.
that's his nickname?
Yeah.
Okay. And how are you familiar with Mr. Wright?
Early on in my career, I did a good bit of work on the 30 Deep Criminal Street Gang, and he's a member of that gang.
And did you hear them mention SB on this call?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with that nickname?
Yes.
And who is that nickname associated with?
Mr. Shannon Stillwell.
All right. I want to publish our next call, which is on March 12th, 22 at 12:49 p.m. from 00 to 1:12 p.m. I mean, 00 to 1:12 minutes.
Yo,
What the hell you got going on?
shit, you got up.
Anybody asked, we went and looked like Trump in the midnight. Anybody just said we went and looked for them motherfuckers. We couldn't find them.
Okay.
Don't tell nobody.
Yeah, I know. Well, there you at?
Leaving the room.
Leaving the room.
Yeah.
Leave again.
Huh?
What the fuck you gonna do?
Shit, same old shit.
Same shit.
Same shit.
I'm saying, what is
Someone told me he gonna come pick me up. Shit, that was going.
Yeah. Yeah.
Next time I meet him, Rodlow. I said, man, Rodlow ain't getting no coat.
Yeah.
I tried that shit yesterday with a nigga I don't got down though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We want to stop at 1:11 p.m. Again, is that Mr. Garlington on the call?
Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize the voice of who he is speaking to?
That would be Mr. Stillwell.
Right. And in that call, the Mr. Stillwell said, don't tell anyone we went to go looking?
Yes.
Okay. Or we went to go looking, don't tell anyone?
It sounds like that's kind of hard to hear, but that's what it appears to sound like.
Okay. And they mentioned on that call, did you hear the reference to Big Nick?
I did.
All right. And are you familiar with that name?
I am.
Is that the same Big Nick, to your understanding, if Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell are talking, do you know which Big Nick they could be referencing?
They would be referencing Nicholas Carter.
Okay. How are you familiar with Nicholas Carter?
I know Nicholas Carter to be an older member of the gang associated with 2830 Waters Road.
And you said an older member of the gang?
Correct.
Which gang?
YSL.
And you said you know him to be associated with 2830 Waters Road?
Correct.
To your knowledge, how's he associated with 2830 Waters Road?
I remember him being arrested at that location during a narcotic search warrant back in 2014.
And again, he is different from Fat Nick, who we just talked about, earlier, also who calls himself Big Nick, who's with YFN.
Correct.
Next, we're going to publish March 13th, 2022 at 1:23 a.m. from 4:40 into the call until the end.
Yeah, for real now, right?
Bro, D, is you sad about Matt Payne for real?
Man, on DB on Saturday, bro.
I know.
That's why they had to come drink, bro.
That's why I said I ain't called you. Dad said, "G, okay?" I said, "I text. I ain't want to call him." He said, "Yeah, he ain't answer. I called him."
Yeah, that fucked up. That shit got me hurt, bro. I fucked with bro.
Yeah, that shit put me on. So I know dude sad about it.
Hell yeah, man.
Damn, big puppy little shit too.
I know it, bro. Damn.
That shit crazy. That part said they had like 45 gun shells out there.
Huh? 45 gun
That's-
shell?
Yeah.
Just know, Cash, we gonna get some get back. We gotta get.
D, you better show that down somewhere.
I am, but still, bro. I am gonna sit down. Listen, I'm gonna sit down, bro.
Big,
But
boy, you better sit your ass down somewhere, baby.
I am, but bro, nigga think it's shit the game out here playing. For real, bro. Like I already going through some shit before that. Like it like all the type of trying. They got money on my head, bro. Like and I still just be going places. You see, I don't be worried about shit, bro. Cause I be prepared. I be prepared for shit. If a nigga pay with me, that they know that shit ain't gonna be easy.
Oh, dude.
I just got to a shootout early.
Why the fuck you get into a shootout, D?
Because it was a car looking strange. And don't say that gun there.
Why would you? Oh my god.
Because the car, they were 3 deep with hoods on, so I had to shoot it. I don't know. On the day, it was the car. The day on Cleveland. On Cleveland, it was a car. I know it, bro. Yeah, you do.
D, you need to,
Yeah. Yeah, you right. Yeah. That how them niggas follow me. That how they follow me from people. Yeah, I would have home. Mm-hmm. That's what you doing up at 131. Yeah, phone. I just talked the phone. I talked to him. I told him for the call. He just said, you know what we on every day. Hello. What you doing up at 131?
Right, we're going to pause it at 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the call. Do you know who Mr. Garland was speaking with?
Without seeing the phone number, it's hard to, or the name from the line sheet, it would be hard to tell.
Okay. Did you hear when Mr. Garland said on DB and then he kind of explained something?
Yes,
Okay. Are you familiar with or have you heard that initial DB?
I have.
Okay. And what do you understand or DB, those initials to mean?
They're referencing Derek Benning. He's one of their fellow gang members that was killed years ago.
And earlier when we talked about kind of the timeline after March 11th, there was a shooting on Cleveland Avenue. And you heard it on the wiretap. Was this the call that you were referencing?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was there any police report associated with any shots fired around March 12th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. I'm now going to publish March 13th, 2022 at 5:49 p.m., 2:10, 2 minutes and 10 seconds to 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think did that like right there on the scene. Matt Main, he had he was in critical condition, probably like for few hours. He hadn't got shot in the head. I think he was at brain dead or something. I don't know where, but wow, that shit, yeah, bro. Oh God, I don't know. They said nigga Kill or Murder just made a little song that somebody sent me that. He just made the song. They sent me that. I don't know. They trying to act like they did it. Yeah. Yeah, got some more niggas claim that shit. And they don't even know them though, but they be okay.
Hey, who?
He okay, the nigga who claimed.
I'm going to pause at 3:10. Now, in that particular portion, did you hear Demikion Garlington speak of someone making a song?
Yes, Kel Omerta.
Say that again.
Kel Omerta.
And are you familiar with that name, Kel Omerta?
I am.
How are you familiar with that name?
That is Markel Wright. He's a member of the PFK criminal street gang.
And Markel, right, does PFK have any alliances?
They do.
And is YFN one of their alliances?
It is.
Now, in doing your work, we spoke earlier today about music and gang investigations. In your experience, have you found with gangs that there are times that gang members do music?
Yes.
And have you found in your experience that sometimes gang members use music to promote their gangs?
Yes, often.
And in here, when Mr. Garlington is saying, you know, what did you say his name was? Kel Omerta?
Yes.
Okay. Made a song. Was that something uncommon to you as a gang investigator of an opposition making a song about a potential death or bragging about a potential death?
No, they do it often.
And did you hear when Mr. Garlington said some other dudes might be claiming it as well?
Yes.
Did you see any social media posts throughout your investigation or while you were looking at social media of different groups claiming to have done the murder of Mr. Ford and Mr. McMillan?
Not really. It was mostly YFN and then pages that were trolling, like pages that were just popping up out of nowhere, trolling.
I want to next publish March 13th, 2022 at 6:41 p.m. from 00 to 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Hello. What's up?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man?
What the hell going on?
Oh shit, I just got a phone G baby.
What you talking
Huh?
What you talking about?
Oh shit. I was just he was asking what happened.
What happened?
They saying different shit. Just different shit.
Which one makes sense to you?
Huh?
Which one makes sense to you?
You said which one what?
Makes sense to you?
Which one make sense?
Yeah.
I'm tell the kid. I'm tell the kid. I don't want to. On these phone shit. They be recording, making
Nah,
make
you ain't
sense.
gotta say much. You ain't gotta say much.
Yeah. I told him.
I just wanna know.
Yeah. I already know. I'm tell her. I'm tell her what they said. What the street saying. Like they send it. They just send. Huh?
Keep on what you saying. Did you wait?
Nah, they keep sending different. They keep sending different pictures. They got now the nigga who claimed it, the nigga who out on Instagram claimed it, don't nobody even know him. Yeah, he say he supposed to be PLK or some shit. I seen on phone last night. I seen on phone last night. We ain't even got down. We ain't even really just talk like that. Everybody was leaving. I had one out there with 21 now. Little Tip had an all black party. I had that one out there. But I'm walking out seeing Funk at the door. I said, what's going on? I said, well, you know what we on. I'm like, I'm finna call you. Yeah.
And it's ending right there. Were you familiar with the person that Mr. Garnes was speaking to?
From the voice, it sounds like Kenneth Copeland.
And had you yourself had discussions or conversations with Mr. Copeland throughout the course of your career?
Multiple, yes.
Okay. Now, back in 2022, do you know if Mr. Copeland was incarcerated?
I believe he was.
Are you aware of the relationship between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
How are you aware of that relationship?
They were good friends.
And to your knowledge, in 2022, were they good friends?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. In 2015, were they good friends?
I believe so, yes.
And is Shannon Jackson a part of that friend group between Mr. Copeland, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Jackson, to your knowledge?
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, between March 11th and March 14th, 2022, did you see any members or individuals associated or friends with Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford making posts that appeared to be in response to some of the offensive YSL posts?
Yes.
And did you capture those posts?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to view those posts in preparation for your trial?
Yes.
I mean, for your trial, for this trial. All right, permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 464 VV, 455 VV, 446 VV, 475 VV, and 458 VV. Tell me if you recognize those exhibits. 464 VV, 445 VV, 446 VV, 475 VV, and 458 VV. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
Those are some of the posts that were captured during March, or I know one was definitively March 2022. I'd need to refer to check the others.
Okay. And do they appear to be fair and accurate depiction of the images that you captured in March of 2022?
Yes.
You're on this time, and I'll try to do it in order.
Thank you.
The state would like to admit 445 VV, 446 VV, 458 VV, 464 VV, and 475 VV.
Okay, I had thought I heard 454 at one point. That's not one of them.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 446, 445, 446, 458, 464, 475.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, those are good.
Thank you. And permission to publish. We're going to start with 464 VV. And looking at your chart, will it refresh your memory as to when you screen grabbed this post?
The capture time was March 13th at 5:47 p.m. and the photo says 2 minutes prior to that.
And is this on Instagram? Is this what is called an Instagram story?
Correct.
Okay. And are Instagram stories only in existence for 24 hours?
Correct. They're posted to your profile. They don't go to your main profile. They go to a separate section. They're up for 24 hours, or if you want to delete it before that. And with that post, you can actually take a look and see who's viewed the story.
And are you familiar with the Instagram handle?
I am.
And what is the Instagram handle?
_the world. TV world, I'm sorry.
And who is your understanding of whose Instagram post that is?
Javon Fleetwood.
And is that the same Javon Fleetwood we spoke of earlier regarding the shooting in May of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. The same individual with the YSL tattoo on his face?
Yes.
Okay. What does the caption say?
F, middle finger emoji, being safe, you got to stay dangerous.
Now looking at 445 VV. Looking at 445 VV, who's the poster of the post, or what Instagram account posting it?
That would be the account associated with Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell.
And do you know what is the date of this post?
Is it okay to refer to the chart?
Yes.
The date would be March 9th at 9:48 p.m. But it was captured 7 hours prior, so it would be like 2 in the afternoon.
Just speak up.
Sorry. It was the capture date is March 9th at 9:48 p.m., but the post said 7 hours ago, so that would be around 2:48.
And
March 9th.
And is that before Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford were killed?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 446 VV. And is that from that same account associated with Mr. Stillwell Jackson?
It is.
Okay. And what does the post say?
That racial expletive, y'all scared of me.
And is there an emoji?
The 100 emoji and like the strong, like it's for real. Like it's.
And what is the date of that post?
March 9th at 9:48 p.m. It's captured 3 hours prior. So it was posted around 6:48 p.m.
Okay. And was that the same day as the post we just observed?
It was.
All right. Now I want to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 458 VV. And looking at State's Exhibit 458 VV, is that also posted from the same Instagram account associated with Mr. Stillwell? Mr. Stillwell.
Yes.
Right. And what does the caption say?
Ain't gonna be the only one crying.
And when was the date and time of this post?
That was on March 11th, around 11:23 p.m.
And on March 11th, around 11:23 p.m., was that around the same time or approximate time that 12 Atlanta was shot up?
About 2 hours after.
And is that the shooting in which a YFN associate was shot in the head?
Yes.
Now, during the course of this time, did you hear when Mr. Garlington on the last call said that there were people claiming to have done it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any posts that piqued your interest of anyone that could be interpreted as claiming to have done the killing of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation could be used.
Okay. Did you find any, and I'll rephrase, Your Honor, did you find any posts of note to you as a part of your investigation regarding Mr. Kelvin Watts?
I did.
Okay. And that post, what was of note to you in that post?
There were several. Can you refer to the specific post?
Sure. Did you find a post of Mr. Shelkel reposting a picture with Mr. Drinks, Mr. Jasper Walter, and himself?
I did.
Okay. And first, when was that picture captured by you?
It was captured on March 12th at 7:24 a.m.
And why was that picture of note to you?
Because of the emojis and the captions and the people present in the photo.
And have you had an opportunity to see that post today?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 460 VV. Tell me if you recognize 460 VV.
I do.
And is that the post that we were just referencing?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the screen grab that you grabbed on in March of 2022?
Yes.
This time the state would like to admit 460 VV. admit it.
May.
Now, who is the original poster of the picture?
The original poster would be Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And is that who had the no-love_nut Instagram handle?
Yes.
Okay. Who is in this picture?
Sitting down with the black coat and the red sneakers will be Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And if you can,
Sure. Right here, you'll see this is Shamel Drinks right here. The gentleman in the blue jacket with the black on is going to be a gentleman that goes by the name Jasper Walters. He's a YFN member. He also goes by Lil Man. And then in the all black, you're going to have Mr. Kelvin Watts or Shell Kel.
and did Shell_Kel_Nutlife, the account associated with Kelvin Watts, repost that picture?
He did.
All right. Now there's some words on the picture. First of all, what do the words say? Well, or you can read that whole caption.
Yeah, they say, I'm with ya, and he tags Shell Kel Nutlife and Summerhill Lil Man, hashtag LLN, hashtag Mafia.
And is there a emoji at the end of Mafia?
The bird or the eagle or the bird emoji.
And is there a emoji, exclamation emoji, and a 100 emoji?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for Instagram, that I'm with you, exclamation 100 at Shell Kel Nutlife at Summerhill.Lilman. Was that caption on the original post by the account associated with Mr. Drinks?
Correct.
All right. And then when it's reposted, do you see some other emojis?
I do.
What are the other emojis?
There are 2 shell emojis, the zipper over the mouth emoji, and then you're going to have a black heart.
Okay. And those emojis, is that from the original post, or is that from what Mr. Kelvin Watts posted when that account posted? And can you tell?
Yes. So it's not from the original post, and you can tell because it's outside the boundary of the original post. It's like kind of overlaid on top of it.
Okay. And were those emojis of any significance to you as a gang investigator?
After March 11th, yes.
Why was it significant to you after March 11th?
Because Mr. Walters and Mr. Watts had been very vocal about the deaths of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford. So the 2 shells and the zipper emoji were sort of telling.
Okay. And once you saw, and that's Mr. Kelvin Watts posting that?
Correct.
All right. After seeing this post, and when did you capture this post?
I believe it was March 12th around 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m.
Okay.
And it had been posted 6 hours prior. So 1 a.m. on March 12th was when it would have been posted.
All right. Now I want to play for you some additional wiretap calls, but let me ask you this. So let's fast forward to March 14th, 2022.
So, hey, all right, anybody need a break? No,
Yes.
oh, soldiering on. All right, thank you.
I may take you up on that offer in about 10 minutes. On March 14th, 2022, did you at some point have the occasion to listen to any wiretap calls that were around March 14th, 2022 at about 9-something p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you remember when did you listen to those calls? Did you listen to them on March 14th or sometime afterwards?
I believe sometime afterwards.
Okay. And Did you find anything of note to you regarding the calls on March 14, 2022?
The people that were speaking and some of the conversation that was being had.
Now, when you listened to these calls, at that time, were you aware of the murder of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
No,
So you listened to the call before you were aware of Mr. Drinks' murder?
I just don't know what call you're referring. I don't know. Which
On
one.
March 4th, the calls that on the wiretap that were on March 14th, 2022, around 9:45 p.m.
I could have, because like I said, I have to go in and review all the calls, but sometimes we're a little behind on that. So you have monitors in there constantly, and then I'll go back on the back end and review and check them. I can't tell you. I don't believe I listened to them originally, but I did go back and review.
After learning of the death of Mr. Drinks, did those calls become of more note to you after learning about Mr. Drinks' murder, specifically the calls around 9:45 p.m. on March 14, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And why did it become of note to you at that point?
Because those would have been the calls at or around the time the murder was taking place.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
You may.
And I want to direct your attention to March 14, 2022 at around 9:59 p.m.
You may.
And before we actually publish it, with the wiretap information, does the wiretap content include location data?
It does.
And so are you able to see on the documentation with the wiretap where a phone call is when that phone call is being placed?
The majority of the time, it's not always foolproof. Sometimes the location will blank out. You won't have a location, but typically you can click on the map icon and it will show you where the person whose phone calls are being intercepted is at that time. It'll give you an approximate location of what tower they're at, and it will show you an approximate radius of how close they are to that location.
Y'all mean to tell me she a goddamn tower expert too?
Hey, what the hell y'all pulled off? Nah, call me on video. Hurry up. Call me on video. Call me. Pick up.
Now, did you hear what occurred in that call?
Yes.
Did you hear someone tell someone to pick up and get on FaceTime? What did you hear on the phone call?
Basically telling someone to hurry up and call me on FaceTime.
And as a gang investigator, is calling on is FaceTime significant?
It
as a
is.
gang investigator? Why is that significant as a gang investigator?
Because it's a common belief amongst people engaged in criminal activity that
Sustained.
Have you heard, in your experiences, do you have knowledge of FaceTime
I do.
and whether or not FaceTime calls are recorded? On telephone laws, our FaceTime calls recorded if you get CDR records, call detail records.
If you pull call detail records, you will not see FaceTime communication.
And in your experience in doing gang investigations, have you heard or seen gang members often want to speak on FaceTime rather than talking on the actual phone where their call details can be recorded?
Often through my investigations, you will see that once criminal activity begins to be discussed, they will prefer to switch to FaceTime because FaceTime cannot be intercepted through a wiretap.
And At about 9:59, is that when this call takes place, when someone says, hurry up, get on FaceTime?
Correct.
Are you aware of the time in which the surveillance video that Detective Hogan showed you? What time Mr. Jackson's vehicle was at the BP gas station?
It should be right at 9:59 p.m. Right. It should be at the gas pumps or parked outside of the store at the location.
And from the viewing of the surveillance video, were you familiar with both the car associated with Mr. Stillwell, as well as the car associated with Mr. Carmavius Nichols at the gas station around that time?
I did not know who I didn't know who the car was associated with. The other car was associated with at that time.
At some point, did you learn about who that other vehicle was associated with?
Yes.
Now, when you met with Detective Hogan, were you aware if Demekion Garlington was at the BP gas station?
I was not.
At what point in time did you learn that Mr. Garlington was at the BP gas station?
When I went back and reviewed the wiretap data.
Based on your investigation, were you able to determine if he was in the white Audi?
Yes.
Was he in the white Audi?
Yes, he was.
Once you heard this phone call, were you ever able to do any investigation as to the phone number that made the call?
We were. It took it was difficult to identify the phone number for a little bit.
And did you eventually identify that phone number?
Eventually, yes.
Who did you identify that phone number belonging to?
A gentleman by the name of DeMarco Boyer, who goes by Lil Co.
Man, you need to start waking me up in one.
And based on your investigation, did you ever learn what was that phone at the gas station as well?
It was.
And based on your investigation, were you able to determine which car Mr. Boyer was in?
Based on my investigation, Mr. Boyer.
Okay.
You may.
Yeah, I got too many dang on jobs. He want me to be his alarm clock, his chef. He need to get up on his own. Okay, so here's my thing. Why are we continuously going over the same issue? We already know that Shannon was at the BP. Can we get to the meat and potatoes? What? Where's the meat and potatoes? This is way too circumstantial for you, Lacey Ann. Another bathroom break. What's happening? There has never been. Mac is sick up. He tired because every 5 seconds they gotta say something to the witness. They ain't got no meat and potatoes. Are we eating ramen noodles? Is the ramen noodles blessed? Because where's the meat and potatoes? I understand Viverito. She's supposed to be the lock on the door, baby. In the courtroom, not even in the courtroom. Max is going to the bench to tell Paige the state close to him saying, motion, Your Honor. I need to put a motion on the floor without the jury. Excuse the jury. Mistrial. Wait a minute, y'all still stuck. Ramen noodles only. It's dry rice, white rice with no butter, no sugar is what it's given. Okay. This vegetarian, Jenny, it's some good vegetarian meals out there. But I'm a cheese person, so it's giving vegan. It's giving very much vegan out here. Yeah, where's the meat and potatoes? We just drinking broth. Short looks like he has a strategy to derail. I think Short is doing. I think he is. I think he's doing a good job. I think he letting her go far enough, and he's stopping her when he need to. The noodles is hard. I don't give a tuck. Nah, he not letting up. We know when Doug get up, he gonna ask her. So, Booberito, do you got that watch? Where that watch at? So was it 3 people in one car? Here's my thing. From the conversations that she tried to put Demikian in that car, but from the conversation that we had on yesterday, Miles' phone and Demikian's phone were in the same area, and then one phone went one way, another phone went another way. So to me, it looked like Demikian wasn't in that car. My opinion. But they trying so hard to put him there because they charged him with the unaliving too, y'all. Ain't no point. Yeah. Good God Almighty. Jenny, me too. Me too. She also said Boya was in the car. I know the jury's on edge. S-Day, I'm gonna go back and listen to it. Cause I do hear her talking about S Boya, but they unlocking so many characters today. I'm at a loss. Okay, I didn't lost track of how many players is on the court at this time. We might be playing football. We might, because I'm sure basketball, you can't have as many players out here. It's so many players on the court right now, on the field right now. We got to, where's Auntie? Where Joy at? Because Joy know football. How many people on the field doing football? Okay. It's so many people out there. Like, I don't know. And then y'all know it's 11 people on the field on one team, right? So they give you 22 players at a time. You get 11 and 11. 11 on both sides. Okay, so there's 22 players. So we definitely playing football at this point. Because I don't know who is who. All right, y'all. Y'all keeping me honest because I don't know. Every 2 seconds, we hear a ding, new player. Bing, new player. I agree, Joy. I 100% agree. as hell. Because some of them in the gang, some of them not in the gang. People rapping songs, they saying slime, they ain't in the gang. I can't keep up. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch y'all before I can even give y'all 1 minute recap, because I need to count the amount of players that they unlocked today. They unlocked a lot of different players today. It's people on the phone. They ain't never been on the phone before. Yeah. Brittany, I 100% think that Viverito should have been the first witness that they called. They should have got her out the way. They should have called her a long time ago, and she could have laid it all out. And then they could have went through all the, and then they should have broke down each event one by one. Or if they wanted to start with the beef, they should have started with the beef between the alleged beef between Rich Homie Quan and Thug, and then they should have went to, Donovan Thomas, and then right after Donovan Thomas, they could have swooped in Viverito, let her lay out this little timeline, circle back around, and bring everybody else. Like it would have flowed. Like it don't even make sense. It makes sense. Yeah, Lil Mike and Quez, they done made a new appearance. They done came back into the mix. But y'all do peep how she should have been reoccurring. They didn't want Steele to cook. This one saved her for last. Baby, they brought her in there. I can't wait for Max. They gonna tear her out the frame. That's exactly what I've been saying. They thought they were gonna eat. Baby, tell the same story 6 times. Like, why are we still, and that's why I would love for a cumulative objection to raise, but I don't know if they're doing this to lay foundation. I don't know if they're doing it to lay foundation for that. Woody mixed the truth with the lies to her. Let's see. Flagged illegal substance. I had to finish my work. What did I miss a lot today? Beta. We just discussed how we got 80 million people out here on the court right now. On the field. I'm a basketball girl. I can talk basketball all day. Football, I ain't too good at it, but football seems to match the scenario. So I apologize. But we got way too many players out here on the field right now, Beta, okay? They don't know who did what crime. I think we already knew this, and we kind of just made it through the conversation where they said one person did it, one group did it. Now they're trying to say that another group probably said they did do it, but if they did do it, they did it on behalf of this group. Are you finna go? I guess I just get them. I guess you are frustrated and stuff. Huh? I mean, my son get off the bus in like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. So it's like, go ahead though. If you go, then one of the kids not gonna get picked up. You're only gonna be getting one kid. All right. Speculation. Let's back it up then, because I missed it.
Based on your investigation, were you able to determine if he was in the white Audi?
Yes.
Was he in the white Audi?
Yes, he was.
Once you heard this phone call, were you ever able to do any investigation as to the phone number that made the call? The phone number that made the call.
We were. It took it was difficult to identify the phone number for a little bit.
And did you eventually identify that phone number?
Eventually, yes.
Who did you identify that phone number belonging to?
A gentleman by the name of DeMarco Boyer, who goes by Lil Co.
And based on your investigation, did you ever learn what was that phone at the gas station as well?
It was.
And based on your investigation, were you able to determine which car Mr. Boyer was in?
Based on my investigation, Mr. Boyer.
You may.
I think it's odd that a detective or the investigator would give a conclusory statement that so-and-so is in a certain car and just conclude it with no basis, but I will clear it up on cross if I need to. So.
There is a basis because we have a call that's not being played before the jury, but there is a phone call of that phone number associated with Mr. Boyer calling Mr. Garlington's phone a few minutes before the call that we just heard. And additionally, Your Honor, although this is out, there is a basis because she is aware that that phone plotted at that location once she was able to determine whose phone number it is, and we were able to get the phone plotted. So there's a basis of knowledge. It's not.
Right. Well, she has a basis to be able to know. I don't know if she has a basis to be able to know exactly what car he is in, does she? But she has a basis to know pretty close to where he is.
Yeah, because we know that they're talking to people in the other car. We know that.
You're just like putting two and two together on the.
That's fine. I'll clear it
I
up on
think
cross.
that's legitimate. Okay.
I'll clear it up on cross. Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Are we ready for the jury if they're ready? No. Not like, I mean, like, Sure, if you think that's a good stopping point. I mean, do you think you'll get through this witness today? Okay, how much more will you have tomorrow?
All day.
Huh? Oh, not tomorrow. Sorry. The next day, Monday.
Probably about 2 hours.
So we should have done tomorrow.
I understand the reason why. especially given some things that happened this week, Your Honor, with the state's office.
Flag on the play.
Y'all need to get better at your time estimates. All right, let's just get the jury back in.
No, I think the judge is still contemplating. I think judge.
Ali, did I do good with that football reference? Was that a good one? The girl in the mic was crazy. The grunt was crazy. I hate that the comments are delayed. Paige is over it. Paige said y'all need to find in Richard. So if y'all found that Richard, y'all might know what time it is.
Did you have, based on your investigation, some knowledge of Mr. Boyer being at the BP gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after listening to this call in the days after Mr. Drinks' murder, did you see posts from Mr. Demikion Garlington?
Yes.
As well as Mr. Quamavius Nichols?
Yes.
And did you capture those posts as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to look at those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Spaces in 470 BV and 471 BV. Tell me if you recognize 470 BV and 471.
I do recognize them.
And how do you recognize 470 BV and 471 BV?
These are posts that I had captured during the investigation. It was my wiretap as part of the March 2022.
And are those posts from both Mr. Garlington and Mr. Quamavius Nichols?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 470 and 471 BV into evidence.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Looking at, actually it's 470 and 471, both these images just on one page.
Yes.
Okay. And what date were these posted?
Can I refer to them?
Yes.
They were posted on, or they were captured on March 15th at 8:20 p.m. And it says 33 minutes ago, so around 7 something p.m. on March 15th.
And were both images posted on March 15th, 2022?
Yes.
And what does the caption say?
We got y'all boys.
And who is in both images?
In the white t-shirt, you'll see Christian McMiller. And then in the black t-shirt holding up the watch is going to be Darius Ford.
And was this posted by Demekion Garlington?
It was.
And is this the day after Mr. Drinks was killed?
Yes.
Now, did you also then have the opportunity to see more images from YFN members regarding either Mr. Drinks or Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
All right. I'm showing you 472 VV, 473 VV, and I'll just start. 461 VV, 472, and 473 VV.
Okay.
Do you recognize 461 VV, 472 VV, and 473 VV?
I do.
And how do you recognize those images?
Those were images that I captured during my wiretap investigation.
Okay. And do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions of pictures that you captured during your wiretap investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 461 VV, 472, and 473 VV.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
Okay.
And we'll start 461 VV. Is that again Mr. Calvin Watts?
It is.
Okay. And does he have any emojis on that picture?
He does.
And what are the emojis?
So you will see in between his eyes, he's going to have the purple, like devil, like emoji in between his eyes. He's going to have the shell. That's something he.
Oh, can you, because they probably can't see. Do you have the pointer?
Oh, yes. Sorry. So you'll see he has like the purple, like the devil emoji in between his eyes. And then from my experience reviewing hundreds of his posts over there, he likes this shell emoji tagging things. And after the death of Mr. Drinks, Mr. Watts began posting these shells. This one, he puts two under his eye in the style of like, in my experience or what I've seen through my investigations, like prison or gang tattoos, teardrops under the eyes. So this is after, he started doing this after Mr. Drinks was killed with the two shells under his eye.
Now looking at 472 VV. And who posted 472 VV?
Jasper Walters.
And what is that a picture of a tattoo?
It is.
And what does the tattoo say?
Nut Life 2X.
Okay. And based on your investigation, did you have an understanding of what Nut Life 2X stood for?
Based on my investigation, it appeared that.
Let me ask you a better question. Was Donovan Thomas Jr. nicknamed Peanut?
He was.
And was Mr. Shamel Drinks also nicknamed Peanut?
He was.
Okay. And after Mr. Drinks murder, is that when you start seeing the Nut Life 2 times tattoos?
Yes.
Now looking at 473 VV. Now looking at is this Donovan Thomas Jr.?
It is.
And is this also a post on Mr. Shell Keller, Kelvin Watts' page?
It is.
Okay. And do you see the two emojis or the two shells on there?
Yes.
Now you just talked about a few moments ago that it looked like teardrops with prison or his version of that. What do those teardrops mean? What's your understanding of the meaning of the two teardrops?
Traditionally, through the training and experience that I've had, a teardrop denotes somebody you killed. It could denote several things, but one of them is when you get a body, you'll have a teardrop under your eye.
Now, when you went to, I'm going to take you back to March 16th of 2022. And when you went to the home and spoke with Mr. Jackson, you said that he did not give you any information about what happened that night. Is that fair to say?
He was very short. He didn't give me much.
And did you have an opportunity to hear any calls from the wiretap around March 16, 2022, around the time in which the police or after the police were at the location?
Yes, there were calls after the police and myself had left the location.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
We're going to start with March 16th, 2022 at 12:22 a.m. Yeah, of course it does. You guys got kicked out of Zoom for a moment. Now, as we're waiting for the call to get pulled up, after March 16th or March 17th, after the execution of the search warrant, did you learn of the apprehension of Mr. Stillwell Jackson following a chase from Chick-fil-A on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
And after learning of the apprehension of Mr. Stillwell Jackson, did you begin listening to any of his jail calls?
I did.
Okay. And while listening to his jail calls, did you ever learn if he had a cell phone?
Yes.
And did you learn where the cell phone, and when I say where, the house, where that cell phone was located?
Yes.
Max ain't letting her get none off. She got to come correct each and every time.
Where did you retrieve the phone from?
I ultimately retrieved the phone from his grandmother's home.
Okay. And once you got the phone, were you able to did you get a search warrant to search the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to go through the contents of that phone?
Yes.
All right. Course indulgence for a moment. We're ready to publish the March 16th call.
All right.
Yo, how the hell you at? Where the hell you at? Hey, ain't like no little back cut. Oh no, what they ain't? I think they in the front. Man, they gotta goddamn get through their back. They can't come in the house. Yeah, that was my house. Shut up, open the door.
In listening to that call, are you able to determine who Mr. Garza was speaking with?
I believe you speak with Mr. Stowell.
And do you know what time the police responded to 2830 Warners Road on March 16, 2022?
I believe it was shortly after midnight.
And was this call at approximately 12:22 a.m.?
Yes.
Next, I want to play for you March 16th at 4:33 a.m.
Oh, you good, nigga?
Hello?
You good?
Yeah. Who is this?
What the hell you mean, nigga?
Oh, I ain't even say, I ain't saving no number.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Where the hell you at? You gone?
Yeah, here, I'm about to drop miles off.
7 miles, boy, it's all love, boy. I couldn't wait, boy. I gotta go home.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he just ran in the store real quick.
Yeah, so it was all love. I ain't waiting, boy. I gotta go, boy. That shit just shook the fuck out of me.
Man, wet, man. When I seen it, when I seen it,
Man, what? Man, that whole just made, boy, listen, boy, I just said to myself, boy, man, let me out that car. I'm gonna go in.
Now you heard what I said. Man, Miss V, are you Miss V?
I am.
Is that what Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stowell call you?
Yes.
In, boy, and I ain't coming back outside, boy. I don't care if I have no run or nothing, boy. That motherfucker ain't moving.
Hey, what? I said the same shit. What? Come on, I really think I'm like him, man. I'm like,
What's so
going,
crazy, bro? I was just being cheap. Actually, I was being cheap. My whole keep saying, let's get a run like him. Man, I'm not gonna pay for no room. Man, listen, boy. I just said, damn, boy. They can send a nigga to right street with their money like that. My nigga gonna spend this shit on them in the room, man.
Man, what? I'm
Fuck
listen,
up.
hey, that's on DB. I'm in there like him, but I got to get my last 2,000. I got to get lawyered in. I'm like, man. I'm in that bitch like, man. Damn.
Bro, you wouldn't believe, boy. All the sticks and the guns was in the gray car.
For real?
Man, oh God, boy. And the sticks and shit in the attic.
Ooh, shit. Boy, that was God, boy.
Yeah, what?
That was God. Baby, yeah. He said it's all Lord. He had to get up out of there, boy. Baby. What, doing? Yeah. You know what I made, though?
Yeah, nah, man. You know how far I gotta go.
Oh,
yeah, Pope goddamn blowed up.
She what?
She blowed it up, boy.
Hey man, she blowed my shit up.
She said, Shannon, okay, Mouse? Hold on, this was too.
All right.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. I'm like, man, I seen her. You walk past me first thing, I'm like, well, I know for a fact that's you.
Man, what? You know who she was coming to then?
She say all this said the same shit though. She like, so you, cause she like, who house is it? I'm like, man, I don't know. I'm telling you my first time here. She was like,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Man, listen, bro. I'm thinking. Get what I kept saying. I said, boy, I know D and Mal them smart. I know they saw them folk got her and took her to the front. I said, I know they hit that back cut.
You wouldn't even believe. I'm trying to find out the back cut. That's why I called you.
Man, you talking about, well, I would have made one straight through the motherfucking bush back there, boy. I'm telling you, I would have went trucking back there.
But guess what? We only got caught for this time. Once they legs showing, he thinks somebody in the house dead, bro.
Man, they tell me, they like, so you telling me nobody in the house? I'm like, hell, man, I ain't listen, man. I just pulled up. I said outside for 3 minutes. Top. The motherfucker go popping. So shit.
Oh, God, I said the same shit.
Oh, God. Why I said outside 3 minutes. Popping. Them motherfucker went to popping. So shit. I went to goddamn ducking and running. They told me, so why you ain't. They told me, so why you ain't got down? I thought it comes on some. They told me, so why you ain't got down come out when we said Atlanta police? I'm like, shit, I don't trust Atlanta police. I'm thinking these folks. I'm thinking these folks trying to get her to come out. So shit, I stayed in.
Yeah.
Oh God, they're like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, look, bro, y'all question me like I'm a suspect. I'm a victim. They're like, yeah, you right. They're like, but let us do what we gotta do. We're gonna get back with you. If everything come out clean, then we'll let y'all go. Like, say less. I'm in the car sleep. I keep when they tell me that, I kick back. Go goddamn, go out.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You know, they can't get the video from Nick camera quick.
Hell nah.
Yeah, okay,
man, you wouldn't believe, boy. I'm in the motherfucker like, boy, I know they can't come in here. We good, Brett. I'm telling Brett, like, we good, but they proud.
You told me I was in the woods.
Huh?
You told me I was in the woods.
I was up under the house, man. You don't see how dirty I am?
Oh, we heard them get they like, hey, move. He like, hey, I dumb ass, I go out the back door. So I go out the back door, right? So I'm finna go toward the car and hop in the car, just sit in the car the whole time. That's what they at though. Man, I go to the other side, finna try to hop the fence. They like, hey.
I'm telling you what you gonna do. Go hit that cut, boy.
I know it. I everybody what a cut was. They said I ain't know.
Man, listen, man. You probably made your cut. Yeah, like you ain't from the hood, boy. You know how this shit go. I would have went back there and made me a cut, boy. I would have been trucking through the motherfucker. That's why my goddamn shoes so dirty, my pants dirty, and my shoes dirty.
Real. They say, so this is about Matt, man? I said, ma'am, I don't know.
Man, listen, man. They asked me, do I know Matt, man? I said, I don't know no motherfucking Matt, man. Who are that?
Yeah.
I said, man, I'm not even from over here, bro. I'm from Tumbleville area, bro.
Yeah.
So what you doing over here? I came to see a friend, man. I'm trying to talk about that game, man.
What you talking about? Damn, man. That whole blowing me up. That whole thing, nigga Sheen, all type of shit. That nigga was so cool though. He got damn called it back. I need to put a lock on my phone and take my have my messages pop out.
This shit crazy, boy. I'm finna go in, boy. I'm finna gotta get out the driver's seat, let her drive, tell her drive slow as possible. I got down, my stupid ass went in the car, got my stick out the car and my FN out the car. Why 12 right there and got in the car, pulled off. They're really why I ain't want to wait on mine.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna text you now. Hey, man. Folks blowing her air. She called too.
Slow. How she get so? How she get that now?
I don't know. You know, Kira got my Instagram on her phone.
Oh.
Everybody DM like, "Is you okay?" So goddamn, y'all blowing up. So she say her and Kira was already on the phone. I get Kira sent her number to
Pope.
Yeah, Pope. And all them was on the phone. I'm like, damn, man. But I say, I'm like, here, bro.
Bro, listen, bro. I kept saying to myself, I don't know what the fuck. I'm on drill time though, so I'm really like, but I ain't going nowhere. But I'm telling myself, pull out, AB, pull out.
You ain't hear me say, boy, let go.
Man, listen, you said let go, Miles said let go, Brett said let go, but I'm on drill time, so I'm just like, man, fuck that, boy.
Yeah.
I'm so mad. This time they served. He was just telling me like, he was like, either somebody follow D or your girl or it's that whole Elmo, cause they serve Elmo. I was like, man, Elmo, Elmo fuck with them folks.
Yeah. Ain't nobody follow me. When nobody on the expressway when I got off of nothing.
Man, listen, man. Don't nobody know my hoe. Cause my hoe in a runner, man. Fresh runner, new run. Them motherfuckers just got any run. And my hoe coming from goddamn all the way from goddamn out here. So come on, man. Stop playing.
Yeah, man. I know for a fact nobody follow me. Don't even know what I'm in. Don't nobody know I fuck with the hoe.
Don't nobody know what I'm in. That's what I'm telling. Like, do you folks ain't knowing these cars? That's what I'm telling him. Like, bro, these folks ain't knowing none of these cars, bro. All these cars are some new goddamn cars. Niggas ain't played.
Yeah. Damn, man. I hear them boys. Damn.
They're crazy, bro. Don't nobody know. Them folk don't be knowing where that spot at, man.
Yeah.
Somebody get that drop out, boy.
Boy, on God, boy, that's what I believe. On TV, that's what I believe, boy.
Somebody had get it. Hey, boy, I ain't gonna lie, boy. I know you happy like I'm happy, boy. I'm happy as hell, boy. I just was saying to myself. Get what I just was saying to myself. I just was saying to myself, boy. Man, all these niggas might get out to man D, boy.
Oh man, on God.
I'm like him, boy.
I'm gonna call you back out.
Yeah.
Who were the two people talking on that call?
Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell.
And did you hear when in the call they talked about the sticks? They were happy because they didn't go inside because there were sticks in the attic.
I heard them speak about sticks being in the gray car and in the attic.
When you went and did the execution of the search warrant on March 17th, 2022, did you find any weapons first in the attic of the home at 2830 Waters Road?
I did not.
Was there any weapons found inside of an Audi vehicle?
I believe there was a rifle recovered from the Audi.
Now, when you hear the term sticks, have you heard that term before?
I have.
And how have you heard that term referenced?
Referencing a long gun or a rifle.
And would the gun that was found inside of the Audi on March 17, 2022 be considered a stick?
Yes.
Now, did you hear when either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell mentioned something or an individual named Elmo?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that nickname at all?
I'm not.
Okay. Did you hear when either Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Garlington said, I'm on drill time?
Yes.
Have you heard that term drill time before?
Yes.
How have you heard that terminology?
Like you're ready to go to war, basically.
Did you hear either Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Garlington talk about the camera footage inside of the home?
Briefly, yes.
And again, when you went on March 17, 2022, was there any camera footage found inside of the house?
No, based on that call, I included it in my items to be searched for in my search warrant, but it had been removed.
And was it this call that you used to base the search warrant for you to go into the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
Now, during that call, did you hear with either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell, I guess, talk about their discussion with the police officers on scene?
Yes.
And did you hear one of them say that they told the police that they didn't even know McMahon? They had no idea who that was.
Yes.
And based on the social media posts that you observed, would that be not a true statement that neither Mr. Garlington nor Mr. Stillwell, they knew who Mr. McMillan was? Would that be fair to say?
Correct. They knew them.
Now, as a part of your kind of continued listening to this wiretap, did you ever find any calls after the death of Mr. Chanel Drinks in the early morning hours of March 15th, 2022, with Demetrion Garlington discussing the shooting or discussing driving back through a certain area?
There was a call where it appeared that he was discussing driving back through and looking at the location.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony?
I have.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit March 15th, 2022 at 2:01 a.m.
All right, so this is like a good place to stop. I gotta go get my son off the bus. So thank you for everybody who tuned in and streamed with me today.
All kinds of shit going on. I just jump in the other car, bro. Y'all niggas don't be getting dropped off and then got no motherfucking ride to go back home too. That don't make sense.
Yeah, yeah,
The fuck you getting dropped off for? Nigga ride with the nigga who wrote you.
yeah.
That's stupid as fuck. So you need to be on the gun shop.
Yeah. Thank y'all. See y'all later. Bye.